Hey, I got a lady. Hey, I got a lady. Hey, name is the Upper Echelon. She a debater, baby. She can give it to you straight, no chaser. She got the smarts. She got the heart. She got the confidence. Baby, she the Upper Echelon. You know you intimidated. Stupid can't play with smart. She got the smart. She got the heart. She got the confidence. Baby, she the Upper Echelon. You know you intimidated. Stupid can't play with smart. 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 Hey, I got a lady. Hey, I got a lady. Hey, name is the Upper Echelon. She a debater, baby. She can give it to you straight, no chaser. She got the smarts. She got the heart. She got the confidence. Baby, she the Upper Echelon. You know you intimidated. Stupid can't play with smart. She got the smart. She got the heart. She got the confidence. Baby, she the Upper Echelon. You know you intimidated. Stupid can't play with smart. 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 Hey, I got a lady. Hey, I got a lady. Hey, name is the Upper Echelon. She a debater, baby. She can give it to you straight, no chaser. She got the smarts. She got the heart. She got the confidence. Baby, she the Upper Echelon. You know you intimidated. Stupid can't play with smart. She got the smart. She got the heart. She got the confidence. Baby, she the Upper Echelon. You know you intimidated. Stupid can't play with smart. 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 Stupid can't play with smart.
Welcome into the Upper Echelon Podcast, where we keep it real and we keep it jiggy over here. Because why? Because we ain't never, ever scared. Hit the like button on your way in. If you're here already, you didn't hit it, go out really quick and hit that like button. Make sure that you hit the notification bell so that you can be notified of the next time that I live stream. Also, make sure that you are subscribed to my channel. So if you're new here, go ahead and subscribe so that you can see any other content that I post. Welcome in, everybody. There's too many people in here right now for me to go ahead and speak to everybody individually, but thank you for coming today. So today what we're going to do is we are going to have a peaceful debate, y'all. We're going to have supporters of Romika who do believe that this situation was self-defense. And then we're also going to have some people on this panel who believe that, we're going to have Romika supporters who believe that this was not a self-defense case, and we'll also have Holly supporters who do believe it was self-defense. Let me fix that. We're going to talk about a couple of different topics, from the laws in Illinois regarding self-defense and how that applies to this situation. We're going to talk about the evidence that we do have, such as the ballistic report, the medical examiner report, the police report, and we're even going to talk about the witness statements and how they differ from each other. We're going to talk about some things that we don't have as well. No, we're not going to be talking about conspiracy theories or anything of that nature. However, we are going to talk about the possible evidence that may exist that we have not seen yet and how that could affect the case. So let me read a couple of guidelines before I start letting people up. I did send the link out to everyone. Thank you, Anomaly, for that super sticker. Good evening, Upper Justice for Meeks. Thank you. I hope I didn't miss anything from anybody. I'm going to try to keep up with the chat best I can. I'm going to have my moderators helping me too. And so we're also going to talk about things that maybe we did not see yet, and how, if we do see those things in the future, how it will affect the case. Now, I did invite certain people to the panel to participate because I didn't want to drop the link in the chat. So if we get to a point to where somebody that I recognize, wants to come up, I don't mind dropping the link at that point. Okay. So again, thank you everybody for showing up. I'm going to read a couple of guidelines before we get started with the panel. Okay. So number one, we are going to respect all voices, including myself. Every panelist deserves the opportunity to share their perspective without interruption. Listen actively, even when you disagree. Number two, no personal attacks. Disagreement is welcome. Disrespect is not welcome. Critique ideas, not individuals. Avoid insults, name calling, or inflammatory remarks. Number three, let others speak. Allow everyone equal time to contribute. Do not dominate the conversation or talk over others. Number four, stay on topic. Keep your comments focused on the subject being discussed. So avoid unrelated issues or personal grievances during this panel. Number five, try to use the least amount of profanity that you can. Any slurs or derogatory terms is not welcome on today's panel, maybe another day. Maintain a tone that reflects maturity and integrity. Number six, acknowledge emotions without escalation. It's okay to feel passionate, but express yourself calmly and constructively. Number seven, respect the panel, the host, which is me. Okay. I do have some moderators in the chat that's going to be taking care of anything if they see it that may be out of place, and I trust them to do that. Number eight, this is the most important part, and I think this is the part that a lot of people have shown concern on, rightfully so. Fact over fiction. Whenever possible, please make sure that you base your points on facts, evidence, and credible sources. Avoid spreading rumors or misinformation. Now, we can talk about things that could possibly be presented in the future and how it will affect the case, but we won't present those things as if they've already happened, okay, so that we can stay on track. Number nine, no rude comments in the chat, okay? No rude comments in the chat. You can ask questions, you can disagree respectfully. And that's it. Okay, so I'm ready to, if I sent you a link to join the panel and you agreed to be on the panel, I am ready to let everybody up. And while I wait for people to come behind the scenes, because I see one person back there now, but I don't see nobody else. So I'm gonna wait a little bit and let more people come behind the scenes. And in the meantime, while people are coming in, the people that are supposed to be on the panel, I'm going to just be speaking to a few people that's in the chat. Okay. Hey, Terry, thank you. Hey, I'm Chosen, Nina Edwards, and of course I ain't gonna get everybody, okay? Hey Lakeisha, hey Diane, Tay Bonet, Lady Tuck, hey Malish. I saw Queen Step in here. Hey Chandrika. Who else do we have? Honey Drip, Neek in with a purpose, You Change Me, Nay Graham, Amber. Amber is also supposed to be on the panel. Now I see you in the chat, but you're supposed to be on the panel, boo. Ebony, you're also on a panelist. Then we have who else in the chat? Let me see. Aisha, The Highest Point, A Stokes. Hold on one second. Okay, I have somebody's having some technical. This is what it's showing. Can you see me? Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm trying to let my people up. No. Give it a moment, y'all. Maybe I can do this. Okay, maybe I could do this. I could, because I did send the link out now. If I send the link, okay, here we go. I see her. I see you now. Okay, so I have 2 people backstage. I'm gonna wait for the rest of the panel, and in the meantime, I'm just gonna do some hellos to fill in the spaces. Let's see, who else do we have? Frodo Dojo, welcome in. I said hey to Queen Step. Queen Step, you know what? I didn't send you. I'm finna send. I'm finna. If you don't mind, Queen Step, I don't think I got to you. Well, that I'm not gonna pressure you. That is if you want to be up here. If you do, to inbox me. Hey Parker girl. Okay, I got another person backstage. So how many people do I have? Okay. I have 2 people missing. But we can get, okay, let me see. I'm gonna start letting people up. Okay. Hey D-Ham, welcome in.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
No problem. Thanks for coming. Hey Harmony, welcome in. Or is this Marcus? I think you muted. I want to make sure everybody audio is good before I get started. Okay, I'm gonna let Harmony work on her audio. I believe this is Ebony.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you good. Hey Ebony, thanks for joining the panel.
Hey, thanks for the invite.
No problem.
Hey, D-Ham.
Hey, Ebony, how you doing?
All right. Hey, Harmony.
I think Harmony might be trying to get her audio together. I think because she didn't say anything yet. And then I have Miss White up here. How you doing, Miss White?
Hey, everybody.
So
Panelists.
so far I am missing 1, 2, 3. One person had an emergency, they can't come. And so at this moment, I'm missing 2 participants. But that's okay. We can get started anyway. And then I'll just let them up as they come. Okay. So for those of you guys that's in the chat, I feel like I don't have to tell you what the case is about because I'm sure you're here because you know what the case is about. So the first thing that we're gonna discuss is why you've taken the stance that you've taken on the case. Okay, so that's the first question that I have for everybody before we jump into the particulars. So I guess I'll start with myself first. I took an interest in the case and I took the stance that I took just due to the fact that I am from, the city of Chicago, and there is a lot of gun violence in the city of Chicago. Also, I feel like the case should be investigated because we're not sure whether or not this was a situation of self-defense. A young lady lost her life, and I feel like she should be advocated for until we know all of the details and we know for sure that her life was taken due to because of self-defense. Okay. And I'm trying to keep it as respectful as I can, but that's the reason that I took interest in the case. And another reason I took the interest in the case is just the shock value due to the fact that the young lady that actually pulled the trigger was released. And everybody, I guess, was wondering like what's going to happen with this situation. So that's what made me start paying attention to it. D-Ham, you can go ahead. And anybody, once if you're not talking, make sure y'all hit the mute so it's no echoes.
Okay, it's on me.
Okay.
I'm very passionate about uh in this manner. I feel like I'm not on either side. I'm still neutral to a certain extent because this is still an open investigation. But this case has a lot of meaning because I can see my sister. I lost a sister in 2016. She was she reminded me of a Romika, and that was my only biological sister from the same mother, right? So um I have family members that remind me of family and how they, I don't know them personally, but I my family is rough around the edges, from Buffalo, and I also have 5 kids, biological kids, because of my stepson, and I don't deal with all different personalities. I got some will pull up on you, and I got some of them just gonna deal with you based on the letter of the law. So that being said, my kids are very respectful. They're not in the streets. They're not, you know, they are trying to, get their life, professionally live their life without conflict. But this is just a case that matters. I mean, to me, because I come from the street, I come from the hood, and I come from this type of environment where this happens all the time. And I know toxic relationships by me being a man. So basically, I can kind of relate to a lot of the nuances of this case.
Thanks, D-Ham. And I'm gonna let Ebony go and let because we know Ebony's been really passionate about the story, and we've seen her on panel. So I kind of want to know what motivated Ebony to really get into this case and take the stance that she took.
Hey, well, what made me take my stance on the case was I first seen it on a show that I always watch called Twisted Crime, and so I saw it on there. I just saw the basics of it, what happened, the two baby mamas and everything, and then I start, digging into it a little bit more, and then a couple of content creators that was covering it, Queen Step, and one was Royal D. And then I would go into their chat, and then I started doing my own investigation because I didn't know actually everything. And when it first hit, it was like a lot of different stories. Like for the first day or two, it was a lot of confusion. So then I did my own investigation, and then when I found out that my decision was she didn't deserve to be unalive, and that's what made me be passionate about it because I feel like I could have been a you could have been Romika, any of us could have been Romika, and I just feel that it was wrong. So that's what made me take my stance. And so I saw it on there.
Hold on one second.
I just saw the basics of it.
I muted. I had to mute Queen Step. Okay, and so thank you, Ebony for that. And then Miss White, why do you? I had somebody drop down. I think it was Amber. Miss White, what made you? What drew your attention to the case, and what made you take the stance that you took in the case? If you have a stance, if so.
Um, well, me, like everybody, if you don't live in Chicago, you had to hear it through some sort of out. When I heard the story, um, I started, like everybody do, looking through different channels to see who was talking about it. Um, I heard the witness um on criminal villains, listen to her, but I had a lot of questions, and just being an adult, how we are, we've learned that a lot of times when things don't make sense, it's normally a reason why. When things don't, there's typically a reason why. So me, like Ebony, I started doing my own research. I was following keys very much. I can't ever really say like, no, I don't think I should say Team Romika. I was just very empathetic to the situation, what had happened, and I wanted to know more. And I was talking about it a lot on the back end, still gathering information. And my stance, I'm not gonna say it changed, it was just diverted because I was leaning heavily into there. But continuing to analyze the witness statement, I heard a lot of I heard a lot of I, and placing herself in certain situations. Like it's almost like she was reliving it as her. Stood out to me being that I'm certified in counseling. Those things stuck out to me, and it drove me even further to doing my own investigation. And I was like, well, hold on, let's just wait and see. Because certainly she did not die. She did not deserve to die. I can't say that enough. But at the same time, I felt like the other young lady didn't deserve crucified and mounted on a cross if it was not how it was originally displayed. And that's where I am. I still don't think that the young lady should deserve to die, and I'm actually not team anybody. I just think that we as adults should be able to sit back and rationalize and make better decisions about our word choice and how we're handling certain aspects of this case. I followed the other guy across the street, and then when I started really feeling away because I saw just a joke being made out of the over situation, and I didn't find it to be a joking matter, and that kind of made me feel away.
Okay. Thank you, Miss White, for your input. And I'm going to lastly, I think I'm still waiting on somebody else to come up, and we're still waiting on Harmony. But for now, we're gonna continue with Queen Step. Hey, Queen Step.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. So basically, we just
Hey,
asking
Steph.
what drew you to the case and why you took the stance that you took.
Well, actually, I mean, we all know standing for someone who was murdered about, taking sides based on gender. It's about acknowledging that a life was taken. The victim did not deserve it. And that's what I felt when it's woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been out there where I've had arguments with other females, but I never had the mentality to feel like to take another person's life. And once I started the case and I did my research and I was looking at some of the things as of maybe how did this, situation like start, and I just, what I'm saying, like came off of like, okay, this looks just like internet argument, and I just never believed that, what I'm saying, deserved to be a life to be taken due to anything off from the internet.
Right. I think I had.
I mean, the only thing left is the truth of what happened and the basic respect owed to any human being who can no longer defend for themselves. So, as being a woman, any woman that has no voice in life that was taking over something petty off the internet, y'all know how I am about when I always say, like, never allow the internet to take you over. So, you know what I mean? So, being with the internet, like, I just really didn't. The more that I continued to research and dig into this, into what was going on, I just take a stance with nobody deserve to be taken away from their child, especially a man being in between them. So that's not took the stance.
Thank you, Queen Steph, for that. Um, Do you know how to mute when you not just when you're not speaking? If you can mute just so that there's like no echoes or whatever. I could do it.
Okay,
I
let
could
me
do it for you,
see.
but I don't want to do it for you because then you might not.
No,
Okay, cool. Okay,
okay, I found how to do it. I can go ahead and put
cool.
myself on mute though. I got y'all.
Thank you.
Hey to
Thank you for
everybody. If
your
I didn't speak to everybody, hey to everybody. I'm sorry. I'm driving, but I'm
Hey,
listening over
Steph.
here.
you guys. I still have hold on.
What happened to
I still
Amber?
have people that's trying to just texting me and asking for the link. Uh yeah.
And Harmony.
Well, hold on one second. Let me um
Hello.
hold on. You guys, I still have hold on. Okay, so let's get started. All right, so the first thing that I do want to pull up obviously is the the things that we've all seen, just to go over it because I want to know here okay, so this is what I want to do. Um I took a stance from, if you follow my channel, then you all know that I took a stance of I personally do not believe that the situation was self-defense due to what has been presented so far. So far, I think that a lot of things that have been presented to the public, it leaves a huge doubt in my mind that there was a situation where there was self-defense. Okay. So that's why I chose the stance that I chose. It's a lot of conflicting evidence, a lot of conflicting witness statements. And I don't think that the evidence from what we have seen, because we don't know everything that the detectives have seen, is strong enough at this point to say that we know 100% for sure that this had to be a self-defense situation, my opinion. So the first thing that I'm going to pull up is, let me see, because I have a lot of tabs open here. Okay, the first thing that I'm going to pull up is, let's see. One of the witness statements, the narrative. Okay, let me pull that up because I got a lot of things to show. So, okay, so I'm gonna read over this. Let me change my screen so that you all are showing as well. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna read over this. I got somebody else coming up. All right, let me know if is this Harmony or Marcus.
It's me and my husband.
Hey, how's it going?
Okay, you guys, good. Welcome to the stage. We have Harmony and her husband Marcus here. So one of the things that I asked all the panelists is, what is your stance and why did you take your stance on the case, if you have a stance? So you and your husband can answer that, and then we'll jump into the witness narrative.
Hey, I'm gonna let him answer because my voice is just gone.
I know, yeah, Harmony voices. She's struggling with her voice right now. So, introducing Marcus.
Hello, everybody. The reason why I took the stance that I took on this case is I normally don't get so involved with some of these true crime cases and things like that, because when I seen the difference in opinions of versus fact of versus what was being made up, and people was applauding the unaliving of someone. I've seen senseless cases and bait cases and all of that plenty of time before. You know, being from that town, it's crazy. They don't get the attention that this one has gotten. But the main reason why I chose to get involved and I chose to state my opinion and chose to get on platforms and start to speak out is because all of the rumors, lies, and applauding, just the applauding of this case and the things that went on with it.
I thank you, Marcus. I think, and I could definitely resonate with that as well, because I think that is something that bothered me, for sure, is what I interpret as almost um disparaging a deceased person's name. Now, I took issue with that as well. I've seen now I have to throw in my opinion, because of course I'm not trying to offend anyone, because we're trying to have a peaceful panel. However, I have to be honest, a lot of the negativity that I've seen surrounding Romika's name was concerning to me as well. And I felt like it was being done strategically, because this is a case involving self-defense. And I feel that the more that Romika is made to look a certain way, in the people that are in support of Holly kind of believe that will help to exonerate her, regardless of whether or not she's innocent or guilty. So that was a concern for me as well. So I definitely get that. So the first thing that we're gonna read over is the actual the narrative, okay, the witness narrative. It says here on September 8, 2025 at 10:12 hours, Dr. Rohan Chakrabarti of Stroger Hospital. Okay, this is the narrative before the narrative before the medical examiner. Notified the Forensic Institute of the death of Romika Blackman, a 31-year-old Black female. The incident occurred outside the deceased child father's home, located on 20 East Cermak Road, Chicago, Illinois 60616. The death occurred at Stroger Hospital Trauma Emergency Department, located in 1969 West Ogden Avenue, Chicago, Illinois 60612. The hospital documented the patient under MRN, and then it gives the number. The Chicago Police Department documented the incident under report, and it gives the report number. After all pertinent information was obtained, the case was accepted and assigned to investigator Fernando, who documented the event's case, and then it gives the case number. It goes on to say the following information was obtained from I'm gonna call him Dr. C, because I can't pronounce his name, and Chicago Police Officer Vera, on September 8th at 9:00 a.m., 900 hours. Emergency services were notified of a domestic dispute at the incident location. Blackman was discovered with 2 apparent gunshot wounds to the chin and thigh. Chicago Fire Department Ambulance 41 responded to the scene and transported Blackman to Stroger Hospital Emergency Department. Life-saving measures were provided to no avail. Romika Blackman was pronounced visually by Dr. Starr on September 8th at 9:42 hours. Per Officer Vera, witness on scene reported that Blackman came to the residence of her child's father and the father's female significant other. Blackman began arguing with the female significant other, which escalated to Blackman battering her. The female significant other then took out a firearm and shot Blackman. Give me 1 second. I think somebody came up. Okay. Then shot Blackman once in the chin and once in the thigh. Neighbors reported hearing 5 total gunshots. This is when emergency services were notified and discovered Blackman lying in the middle of the street with multiple apparent gunshot wounds. Police confirmed the female significant other, who is the offender, which is Holly Johnson, was currently in custody. Approximately 3 shell casings were located on the scene, and the suspected firearm used in the incident was recovered by police. Apparent blood was noted on the car parked at the residence. The police confirmed the reports because the incident was captured on video by police POD camera. Okay, so there's a lot of things here that caught my attention, and I don't know if they caught you all's attention, but if you guys want to unmute, you can, and then we can go one at a time. One of the things that caught my attention in this report is that there are a lot of untruths here. And due to the fact that there are some untruths in this report, it makes it difficult to pick out what's true and what's false. One of the things that I think a lot of people have shown that they don't feel but that they know isn't true, is obviously that the incident did not happen at the residence of the child's father. Another untruth is that the child's father and the child's mother, the offender, Holly, and Carlos, the baby daddy, do not live together. However, it's placed in this report that they share a residence together and the incident happened there. Another thing that I find to be inconsistent is it says in this report that the police POD camera captured the incident. However, I've also heard the actual audio played on another channel where it states that the POD camera hadn't captured it yet. So we don't know if it captured it or not. The report is saying that it did. The actual phone call that we heard, the dispatcher is saying that it had not been captured at that time. What is it about this report that sticks out to you? I'm gonna go in order. I'm gonna say D-Ham. D-Ham, can you hear us? You there? Or whoever wants to go first. It doesn't matter.
I'll say this. What
Okay.
stuck out to me is what stuck out also saying that
Upper,
Romika
can you hear
came
me?
to the residence.
I gotta drop
Hey,
down
D,
and come back up, okay? Because I can't hear y'all.
that's fine.
So I'm gonna have to drop down.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Ebony.
What stood out to me is they said that Romika came to the residence and that's what it should happen at. We know that it's not true. Also, the address that they gave, 20 East Cermak, when we go, they listed 20 East Cermak as their residence address. We know that is not true because when we Googled it, that address goes to a white. What else stood out to me on that was that they lived together. That's all I could think of right now.
Okay.
Those were the
Okay.
main things that stood out to me.
Okay. So it sounds like you kind of just had the same concerns that I had. Those are the same. Yeah, those are. If somebody, if you're not talking, can you mute for me so it's no echo? Yeah. So who else? Who wants to go next? I'm just gonna pick somebody. Miss White. How do you what are your thoughts on this statement? This report?
I didn't find anything too alarming from that, considering that it came from Severa. And to my recollection, he's not a detective, an officer. So nothing really stood out to me that would affect any particulars of the actual incident itself.
Okay. And then I'm gonna let Marcus go.
Yeah, the the initial report, everything that you said, I heard you agree with the young lady. I agree with her as well. And at the same token, it seems that the report was wrote as if it was against Romika. It seems like, in my opinion, it seems like it was favoring one side more so than the other. That's what I gathered from it, and that's why another one of the reasons why I chose to get involved and state my opinion because of from the beginning it seemed like it was just all wrong.
It was shaky. Yeah.
It was shaky.
And see, I'm gonna have to agree with that. And the reason I agree, so I actually did a commentary on the initial report, and I kind of talked about how when an initial report is made, people kind of have to use context clues, and one of those words within those context clues is initial. And so initial means first or beginning. So that means that these reports are made before further evidence is obtained. So sometimes what you see in an initial police report or an initial witness statement is not always accurate. And a lot of times after more evidence is obtained, those initial reports can change, especially when you're talking about a domestic violence situation. So that is Marcus, that was definitely a concern of mine. And also a concern of mine was due to the fact, like you just said, it seemed very biased in one direction. And I say that and it kind of makes sense because one of the people that could have given a different perspective at the time is deceased. So there was no way for her to say, no, this is actually the way it happened. So in the report, they have to weigh heavily on what the perpetrator is saying and what the perpetrator's boyfriend is saying. So I have to agree with you there. I think that there is definitely some bias in the statement. Dham, did you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I can. I can appreciate everybody's opinion on the statement. I did inconsistencies.
Dham, you kind of breaking up for me. I don't know about anybody else.
Can y'all hear me? Let me know. Let me know if it got any better.
You better now. I hear you better now.
Okay. Yeah, I took the same inconsistencies that you elaborated on. And I didn't take nothing at face value, but I did see some of the things that we were heavily conspiracies about, that there was some truths within the statement when it came to the officer's account. But the witnesses, it was definitely a little bit of inconsistencies, and you had to read between the lines. So some of it I kind of understood because this was not a meetup at the school. So if somebody's leaving their residence, it wouldn't be too far fetched that they say, "Hey, we're leaving my apartment," and we, and we found ourselves in this situation. So, but other than that, I can understand all the inconsistencies that may be alarming.
Okay, and then Queen.
May I something?
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead. I don't have to call out. I don't have to do that. You guys can go as you want. You got, I'm sure everybody know how not to interrupt. So just go as you
Okay.
do.
Yeah, because Dham just said that I guess based on they're leaving their residence and this is what happened. From that what you just read, it didn't state that they were leaving the residence and then they were confronted by Romika. It says that Romika came to the residence. It didn't say anything about them leaving, and they were, stopped or stopped in the middle of leaving by Romika. So for me, I gathered they were in the home, and Romika knocked on, because it says that she knocked on the door, and then an altercation of arguing, battering, and then she got a firearm and shot her. That's what I mean. Is that what anybody else got from it? Or just me?
Well,
Anybody.
we know it didn't happen at the residence, but I understand where you're coming from if it's been written that way. But it wasn't at their residence. It wasn't at their actual front door.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought. Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna drop the link.
It was just a lot of controversy on this story when it first came out. And when I that's actually advocating for Carlos put out videos of Romika, popping up at Carlos' home at night or whatever, it just caused more controversy. So people were just really trying to figure out like what actually happened. So that's at the beginning. That's why I love ones that picked up on the story start, like their opinion as of what they felt had happened until we start seeing more information come out about the story. But at the beginning, it was definitely a lot of controversy this was being stated, that was being stated. And the first thing that a lot of people was trying to figure out was if Carlos is the one that dropped the son off, or was it Romika? Then when we found out that it was Romika, when the note came out, then ones knew that Romika is the one who had, stopped her son off. Out.
I think the
At first, the story all over the place.
Okay, I heard somebody else that was getting ready to say something.
that was me. The character bashment is the factor that I was looking at when I first initially started developing an opinion about this case. Is how I looked at it. Immediately, everybody went after Romika's character. Being, saying that this, saying that, bringing up all these old videos and just a lot of things that were being said to really promote the reason why a person should have been unalive. I ain't never seen in no case nobody advocate so hard to bring up so much evidence to prove the reason why a person should have been unalive.
Right.
That was amazing to me. And just for everybody to jump on that bandwagon to say that, oh, this was a case of self-defense based on her being a firecracker. Now, I know the women from that town, how they can be when they're emotionally hurt, and that's pretty much why my understanding was different, because I knew that there was an emotional attachment to this case. And with that emotional attachment comes, certain type of mindset, certain type of things that's going to go on. And then when I seen the lies start being perpetrated about where it happened and what was this, and police reports and witnesses, and how things weren't even said, and when the initial attack happened, I was like, oh, no, come on now. Somebody got to say something. Somebody has to bring out these facts.
Right, because if it's the truth, why lie? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. If this is exactly what it was, then why do you have to bring up all this old stuff about a person? Come on now, this ain't politics.
Right. I feel the same way. And see, that's the reason why I started going so hard on covering this case, because I wasn't understanding, like, what is the motive here? I could see if the information that is being brought up against Romika was pertaining to the day that it happened. If it was pertaining to September 8th and all of these things were being drudged up about how, horrible she is and what she did wrong, why is all of now I can understand. Now I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let the people that support Holly weigh in as well, but I just want to say I can understand a little bit more why people were. That's the reason why I started going so hard on covering this. I can understand a little bit better why people were bringing up some of the things that Holly had done before the incident of September 8th, because she is the one that pulled the trigger. And I think that by bringing up the past behaviors of the actual perpetrator was beneficial, because it could possibly show possible premeditation. It could show motive. So I could understand that better. But when a person is already deceased, I didn't understand how that was relevant to the situation. Does anybody that supports Holly want to weigh in on the relevance of why those things had been done, or why you think those things were being done? And when I say support Holly, I mean whoever is neutral, not.
That's because I would like to respond to that, not in support of anybody, but just to say, like, I love weapons. Like, I love them, right? Everybody who knows me knows that. But one thing that we're taught from is, first thing they teach is you do not pull your weapon if you're not going to use it. Number one. Secondly, you do not know where that ammunition could land in somebody's body. If you're not a marksman, that's a chance that you are about to take, and you can't guarantee. The only way you can about guarantee where one is going to land is if you are at a still target that's not moving. You get what I'm saying? That's about the only way you can really guarantee. So I just kind of looked at it like, well, maybe she did mean to at her or shoot her, I think the shooting was very intentional. I just kind of have a hard time gathering that she was actually trying to unalive her. That's just personal opinion. Because when it was first being said that there was multiple different wounds, and I love the wounds that we were being told were so separated. Like face, we were hearing face, side, leg. And I was like, my first thought was, oh, she's not a good shot. And my babies that I'm raising, they 8 and 9, well 10, 9 and 10 now, and they can handle a weapon. They're taught, they're being trained. There'll never be an accidental shooting. If they do it, they are going to very well mean to do it. So I'm saying all that to say that it just, to me, knowing weapons like I do, I was just like, oh gosh, she had no business with one. That was my first thought. She had no business with one because she didn't even know what she was doing. That was my first thought process. So with that being said, I found it, and I'm not saying that she was or was not trying to unalive her. I just felt like the placement of the weapons. If you've ever been to a gun range or you see them on TV and they had a circle with the body parts and they want you to stay in this certain perimeter, and the perimeters were just too far off, and it rose a lot of questions for me.
Okay. Okay.
Can you hear me, Upper?
Yes, I can.
Okay, because I had got kicked out. Okay, I'm going back on mute.
Okay. What I do want to say is I see people in the chat. I'm looking at the chat, I'm listening to you all, and I think the word that a lot of people are focusing on here is battery. And so I believe that it should be, I think that people need to understand what battery is. Battery doesn't mean that she was getting hurt, and I don't want to be graphic, but it doesn't mean she was being pummeled or bludgeoned to death. Okay. Battery could mean shoving someone, it could mean a pushing match. And now we did hear on Key's channel, one of the witnesses who was a security guard saying that they were pushing each other. And I don't even think that the pushing match was between the two ladies. I think it was between Carlos and Romika. I want to say is, I did see Romika. And then also what I want to say is I saw another comment in the chat where they said none of the witnesses have reported that there was an actual fight between Romika and Holly. That a report says that, and I don't know if I want to agree with that. I feel like I remember witness who we never really confirmed that was on Naja Hall's channel say we never heard the witness voice. We don't know who the witness is. We don't know, we can't confirm if they were even there. But I do remember Naja Hall reading a statement. Do you guys recall that statement? In that statement, did they say that there was ever any physical contact between Romika and Holly?
Not recall. She said that it was arguing and something like that, and then she said she saw a gun, so she pulled off because she was already in her car. But I don't remember her saying that the female was fighting.
Okay. So that's kind of my synopsis as well. I don't remember an actual witness saying that there was actually a physical fight between those two ladies. And then I know that some people argue, well, all of the witnesses did not get to the actual crime scene at the same time, nor did they get to the crimes. They may have gotten there after the physical altercation, but the thing is that we can't confirm that there was an actual physical confrontation. Now, in the report that I just read, it does say at the bottom, because I am paying attention to the comments and what everybody's saying, it does say at the bottom of the report, The police confirmed the reports because the incident was captured on video by POD camera. Now, I did hear an audio from dispatch where she asked, was it captured on POD camera? And they confirmed that at that time, it had not been captured on POD camera. And for those of you wondering, if you're new and you're just listening in, POD camera are cameras placed in high crime areas in Chicago, where it surveils the area and could possibly catch, crime. I do want to say hi to, I believe that was Zach that just came up, and then I think also Rich just came up on the panel. So how you doing, Rich?
I'm good. How are you all?
Good. Thank you for coming up. And how you doing, Zach?
Oh, we doing blessed over here. Glad that you did this panel because we really need to get some understanding.
Thank you so much for coming. And that if anybody's wondering, Zach is Krisha's husband. So Krisha probably somewhere in the background. Hey, Krisha.
Hey.
So since you guys are just coming up, I'm going to let you guys weigh in. Okay, because now we're talking about, now we have migrated into whether or not there was even physical contact between the two ladies, and was that ever verified? And if so, what source actually verified the physical confrontation? So before I let Rich and Zach talk, the people that were already up here, I'm gonna let you guys go. I don't think that I heard Queen Step. You still up here? No, Miss White.
Yeah, I've heard it on the 911 call. Well, not first, but the 911 call said that the ladies were fighting on the first call. They described the ladies, and then they also were given a second responded call to that, and that they are fighting when one has a gun. And that was before the actual that the 911 call verbally said that they are fighting and one has a gun.
When it says they're fighting, does it verify who they are?
Well, it was two women out there fighting. So
does it say two women were fighting, or does it just say they're fighting?
They said the two women were fighting and one had a gun.
Okay.
Do you now want to call Miss White? Because I mean not Miss White, Upper, because what I remember hearing, they said a male, and they said, and then they did say a male. They also said two women fighting, but they did add the male into that also, and they said what colors they had on. But you guys got to keep in mind that 911 call, from according to the 911 call, that was made at 9:37, and it shows on the 9 call. And at 9:37, we know that the police and the MLMs were already on the scene at that time working on her. So we got to keep that in mind, that call, that 911 call, wait, after she had already been shot, and police were there already.
Well,
Exactly.
wasn't there a previous one that said that there was a
Yes.
domestic?
Yeah, the previous one before that, that just said it was a domestic. It didn't say anything about fighting or anything. The first call was a domestic.
And it didn't specify male or female.
Yeah, but usually, no, it didn't. But usually domestic means, I would think lovers, or male and female.
Domestic means anyone in your home or relationship to you at all. It be a sister or brother.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I can't remember exactly what it did say, but we do know that Holly was into it with Mika and not Carlos. So they gave a description.
We don't know that. I'm just saying we don't know that for sure, because, and I'm saying that because it was said on the only way, the reason that we know that, because at 9:37 it was a call, and then that's when the female was actually mentioned. But out of all the people out there, No one saw any females fighting. We only can base it off of a 911 call. And to me, we know the call was made after already being on the scene. So I'm asking myself, why would someone make a call 15 minutes after the police is there? And so why would they make that call?
And
Do is I'm gonna actually go ahead. I don't mean to cut you off.
I wasn't aware that the 911 call said it was they were fighting. And I thought
So
that the 911 call said it was two women and a man.
Yes, that's what it said.
Yeah, but I never heard that they were fighting each other.
So one of the call, so
think
I
it
believe the
said-
call that was made initially, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all, because there's a lot of information. The call that was made in the beginning, Harm, I think it wasn't that the call by the Hispanic woman?
We think it was because she said she was first caller, but when we can't prove that she actually was the first caller. But the first call was a domestic, and that's all that call was.
Yes.
They didn't say if it was
It didn't
a
specify
male
the
or female
genders.
or what. Yeah,
And
they
then
said off the gender.
we also know that like you said, we can't confirm, but what we do know is that the Hispanic witness that spoke on the messy sweet spot did say that she never actually saw a fight between Holly and Romika. When she said that from where it started for her, she thought that it was a domestic. So it is very possible that is her call, because if the first call was reported as a domestic, the Hispanic woman is also saying she called because she thought that the man was beating up the woman, slamming her back.
Right. That's what I was thinking. The call came in as a domestic dispute between Carlos and Romika.
Right.
Yeah, that was the first call.
Yeah. Hey,
And
Rich
then
Baby.
And the second call
Hey, honey.
was after they were already on the scene. And that was the call that said a male woman and two women, and they were fighting, and one had a gun. But that's the call that's good to me, because that's the only call that said two women was fighting. But that call was made after the police was already on the scene.
Exactly.
So what I'm
So
gonna
they're
do
on
is
the
I'm gonna play
scene.
the actual the call I'm gonna play is the one that came I believe this is the one from 9:37 after the incident. Let me see.
I'm sorry. Upper, can I?
We're getting two calls.
Go ahead.
Finish
Do you
playing.
have the first call?
Finish
Do one of
playing.
y'all have the? Oh, go ahead.
You want me to play it?
Yeah, go ahead. Finish playing.
Okay. Make sure I'm getting it from the very beginning.
Bring on the witnesses.
Podcast busy for the innocent one. We're getting two calls on the board. First, it came in as a battery in progress. Two females fighting outside the white car and black car on scene. Second ticket coming on the board right now says a person with a gun. 2200 out the seat. You got a female black, light complexion, green tracksuit, has a gun. Fighting female black, dark complexion, occupant of a white car.
Fake is 911.
What if you can create your
I'm gonna play it again, okay?
website by saying, this is what I want. With Wix, you can.
Y'all gotta listen to it at the very beginning and say
two calls on the board.
Then witness 1,000 said, not him, her. Is you fucking crazy? Yeah. Right now I'm getting calls from unknown numbers. Lock his ass up. Gives no fuck. Fuck is you crazy? But bring on the witnesses.
Podcast busy for the innocent one. We're getting two calls on the board. First, it came in as a battery in progress. Romeca State.
So if you listen, she said first it came in as a battery in progress on Romeca State.
4 male and 2 females.
One male and 2 females fighting.
Outside on the street, white car and black car on scene. Second ticket coming on the board right now.
Okay, so let me stop it right there, y'all. So the first ticket that came on the board, she said 1 male, 2 females outside fighting. That was the initial call that was made while it was occurring. Now, this second call that she's getting ready to say is the second ticket. I guess that's the terminology they use. The second ticket is where that's the call that was made. And correct me as soon as y'all hear me say something wrong, correct me, please. But that was the second call that was made at 9:37 after the incident. Remember, Romika was pronounced deceased at like 9:42. So this call came in long after the incident actually occurred. So now let me finish playing it so that we can hear what this incident is saying.
Person with a gun, 2200 South State. You got a female black, light complexion, green tracksuit, has a gun, fighting with another female black, dark complexion, occupant of a white car.
Fake ass 911.
What y'all think? What do y'all think? Because the first call that came in seems pretty legitimate to me. And the reason I say that is because the call came in during the incident. The second call, it changed from one male and two females fighting on the scene to after the incident occurred, somebody called in and said, no, it was two females, one with a gun. So what do y'all think?
In my opinion, it's kind of like that statement that you read earlier, where it was covering it up to try to make like Romika was in the wrong.
Right. I agree. Who else is up
Yes,
here?
you have to think about this happened 10 minutes prior and she was on the phone. So anybody in her, crew or whatever could have very well got on the phone, call 911 and described that situation to make it seem like Romika was in the wrong or was the aggressor of this
She
situation.
done got me kicked out. I hope she did. Lord, can't be calling me.
We can hear you.
We can hear you, Ebony.
We can hear you. Ebony, we can hear you. I'm finna mute you. Where is she at? I don't know which one she is. I guess it's this one. I want to ask Zach what he think about that. The fact that a call came in at 9:37 a.m. after the incident and after an initial call was already made, saying that it was two females and one male fighting in the street. Second call come in and change to two females fighting in the street. What you think?
That was me that spoke first. I feel
Oh,
like
I thought you was Marcus. I thought that was Marcus.
Nah, that was I feel the same way about the statement, because the statement, it didn't hold true to anything. With all the information that's gathered, they trying to say that the incident happened on their residence, but it actually happened on the school ground. So, I mean, what are we really talking about? Like, if anybody's really paying attention.
Right. So what I'm saying, my opinion anyway, I don't think that the 9:37 call was legit at all, actually. And the reason I say that is it's clear evidence when you look at the autopsy report, or not the autopsy report, when you look at the report that I just read, the witness report, it says that it tells the time that Romika passed away. It also says the time of the incident. So why would a phone call be made at 9:37 when the incident is well over? So those are the types of things that make you say, it's like, is somebody trying to cover their tracks? What you think, Miss White? I don't even know if D Ham is still up here because he ain't saying nothing.
I'm up here. I'm listening.
What you think? What you think, D Ham?
Really, I agree with everybody. I mean, you can't dispute what's factual. If the call
Right.
came in at the time of the close to her being deceased, that means that it was literally a late call. Now, am I going to dismiss that was a legitimate call? No, I'm not going to dismiss that, because I think if it's part of your evidence that you're presenting, are you getting your hands on fake 911 calls, or we can just say it came in late?
Okay, so it is a real 911 phone call. We've confirmed that it's a real phone call, but what we're saying is, or what I'm saying is, it seems like the phone call was made for other reasons than an emergency. Because normally when people call 911 for emergency services, is because there is an active emergency happening. If the police have already arrived to the scene, why would someone call after the incident and ask for emergency services? That is a bit questionable.
It is. So I just feel they tried to cover it up. Just think about it. She was already on the phone. She was talking on the phone. There's no telling who called to say, hey, this happened between these two women, and she had the other both that they both had a weapon. Somebody was trying to cover that up because the crime had already happened.
Saying what other reason would somebody call the police after an that's like if I witness not only that, but the police had already been on scene. Why am I calling the police if they're there? Why am I calling the police to report something that's already been reported and is taken care of? So I'm just trying to think of all like of the different factors.
Right. There is no reason. Like I just said the same thing the young lady said, it's just like she just trying to cover her tracks. Whoever she was on the phone with either called or they called someone else to call and make that fake phone call so that way she can cover her tracks. Because if the incident already hit, Holly was clearly because if she was pronounced, you cannot ambulance or police cannot pronounce anyone deceased. She has to go to an actual hospital, and I know this is factual, has to go to a hospital. A doctor has to pronounce her deceased. So if she was pronounced at 9:42, the 9:37 call was just come on now.
Can you Upper?
That
Can you tell us? Can you
they
tell us
had
what
been on
time
the
the first call
scene.
came in? Can you tell us what time that first call was? That 9:32. What
No,
time was
No,
that?
the
no.
first call was at 9 a.m.
Okay, 9 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah, they arrived like at I think 9:06. If I'm correct, they arrived at 9:06. Someone made a call like 25 minutes after the police was already there because we do know she was, you know, she did pass away on the scene. She was probably more than likely already passed away and gone by the time that 9:37 call came in. She had to be because you got to think that's what 4 minutes. That it's than that to get to the hospital.
Exactly. Yeah, I have very valid points, but we got to remember what was said on that call. It said, next call, second call on the board. That means that call has already happened. They may not have transposed that call over until 9:37 because if somebody's trying to make a fake 911 call, they already know who it was. And the first thing that you would have heard them say is, respondents are already on the scene. Is there any more information you'd like to add? Look it up, Upper, if you would, please, because I'm not making it up. I worked for OnStar 911 Dispatch for years. That's what they're going to say. They're going to say, respondents are already on the scene. Is there any more information you'd like to add? But that's not what was said. She was calling out what was on the board.
She also called out what time the call came in. Did she? What do you
I don't know, but I know the
hold on, what do
first
you want me
call
to
was made at 9
what you
o'clock.
want me to look up? You said
Maybe Google just say what happens if you call 911 and police are already on the scene or something like that. Because what she said was the next call on the board. So that wasn't, I don't know how to explain it to you guys. Like it's a system and they're knocking it off the board. They're saying second call coming in and she's talking really fast. So you can tell she's clearing the board down.
okay, hold on.
But
Let me read this. So
there's still no evidence of a physical altercation. That's just like if I call and say there's a deceased dog or a dog, two dogs get to fighting, and when they get there, it should be some type of evidence that two dogs fighting.
Someone
Can
in
we
the chat
like
asked, was 911 the same as dispatch? And no, they are not. So what happens is when you call, and this is what I'm trying to explain, when you dial 911, they say, do you need police, fire, or medic? Right? And once they decipher
Yeah.
which one you need, they switch it to the appropriate board that needs to go. So it appears like this person is trying to get caught up on the board and calling out what she's already had. Is this the same case? You get what I hope I'm explaining what I'm trying to
I
say.
understand very well what you're
Okay.
saying. This is why.
But to your point, Ebony, I get what you're saying when you was, trying to, reference the dog situation. Because when you think about it and you seeing people out here and they even can be having a verbal loud confrontation, 9 times out of 10, if they feel like it's gonna go somewhere, people calling in, they gonna say they fighting. You know what I'm saying? They not saying they arguing. You see what I'm saying? Because that's just the nature of where we are in society. When they see a big man who's 6'3", 6'4", and little women, they thinking, oh, it's gonna go there. So they gonna 9 times out of 10 call 911. Oh, it's domestic, they fighting. They not really gonna just say, oh, they arguing, because 9 times out of 10, the police is not gonna come out when somebody just arguing.
I agree with that too. But I thought I heard people were fighting. And I think that the argument that
Yeah, you probably
was
could
said
have
was
heard
that they
that,
did.
and I think that was in the call. But we
It
can't
was.
say that was actually happening unless we can see a video of it, because the witnesses and bystanders, they going to describe it in what they think is going on, but it may not actually be happening.
Let me
Because
read this.
there's no evidence.
Let me
Like you guys think out of all those people out there, even the security guard that saw it initially, because don't forget he worked at the school, and he even said as he's walking across the field, he sees that is a woman and a female. That's it. He didn't see the second woman until once up closer. So out of all those witnesses, nobody said they seen a physical altercation. Because altercation is gonna be
hold on.
more
I
alarming.
don't mean to cut you off, but let me address this comment right here. Let me address this. This is a debate. So what you hear is people debating their stances on a topic. So if you're not able to listen to other people's stances, then this might not be the live for you. But don't come in my chat asking when somebody else is going live while I'm live, because I don't like that. So don't do that. Now go ahead. Who was talking?
No.
So I'm a read. So Miss White wanted me to pull up. If the police are already on scene and you call 911, your call would be answered, but the situation is likely already being handled by the officers who have. Well, we know that. I don't know. Okay, so listen, Miss White, I'm gonna tell you my stance. My stance on it. I don't think that it was. Now, this is now my. Listen to my words. I'm saying think now. I don't think that was a real 911 call, because I don't understand. I'm just trying to make it rational. I don't understand why anybody would call 911 after the situation happened. That doesn't make sense. I don't even think I need to even really go any further with that. I don't even know how that can be rationalized, but you're saying that the call may have been made at another time. This is what I'm gonna pull up. Let me pull this up. Because also there was another statement that was made on one of the audios. I seen it in the chat where it said that now we know the report says that it was caught on POD camera. However, it then says that did Miss White drop down? You're not mad with us, is you? But then on the audio, on the phone call, it says that they didn't have the footage. So what do y'all think about that?
I know which one you're talking about too. At the POD haven't caught it as of yet. I saw that.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is
They have it, but I would have to go look for it.
Right. So what I'm gonna pull up is I'm gonna actually now y'all know I went out there to the crime scene and I pulled up because I wanted to know, because I went out there. Now I personally did not see any POD cameras. And everybody's like, oh no, that there was a POD camera on the corner and this and that. But you guys, from what I understand, and Rich, you can weigh in on this. POD cameras flash, right?
Most times, yes, yeah.
Flash blue. So I didn't see no POD cameras out there. So what I did is I pulled up a map to see where the active POD cameras in the city are located, because the incident reported is saying that I hear an echo. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm not sure who that is. Okay. So the incident says that the report says that the incident was caught on POD footage, right? So I did kind of see where the POD cameras in that area are. Now, anytime you see like this blue right here, that's a POD camera. Okay. Now, I've heard people say that there's a POD camera right there at the intersection of Certain State Street. So it could be because this is an updated map of the city POD cameras, of the active cameras. It could be that if there is a camera on the intersection of Cermak and State, that camera is possibly not active. Or not. Now, if you know anything of the cameras, not just cameras, but also shot spotters here in Chicago, I want to say in 2024, correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody know, I believe that the contract for the shot spotters in Chicago and the POD cameras were not renewed for all of the cameras and all the shot spotters in every area. Now, correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but that's what I researched. And so on this map, the only POD camera that is showing here is, let me get a little bit closer and let me just show you guys. Is the map clear for y'all? Let me pull us down so the map can be a little bit larger. Okay. Let's see. That way, all we can see is the map. Okay. So let me get myself together so I can see where I am here. Okay. So this area right here. So follow my hand here. This area right here is the Hillard homes. This area back is this gray area is behind Hillard homes. This here is Cermak Road. This right here, can you see the hand on the screen? Somebody let me know because I can't see the chat. Can y'all see the hand on the screen?
I can see it.
Okay.
I can see it too.
Okay. So this is Hillard homes here. This is Cermak Road. Okay, going in the direction that the cars were parked once the police got there. On the other side, of course, is Cermak Road going in the other direction.
Wait.
And this
Upper.
Yes.
Can you change the color of that hand?
I don't change the color of it.
Yeah, can you?
I wish I could, but I can't because this is on the actual website, so it won't let me edit it.
Okay.
I wish I could. I know I see why you want me to do that because it's kind of blending in with the.
Yeah, but we can see it.
But and then on this side is the other side of Cermak Road where National Teachers Academy is. Okay, so as you can see, when you go down this way of Cermak Road, this here, let me zoom in a little bit. The intersection, this is State Street and the two lights. This is where Romika bust the U-turn here. Now, Romika Romika drove back this way towards Hillard homes. And the incident, let me move this because it's kind of the mouse is a little jumpy for whatever reason. Let's see. Okay, let me turn it back this way. Where am I at? Okay. So the incident happened around this area here. Okay. Now the next camera in the area, from what the city map says, as far as active POD cameras, is all the way down here. I'm gonna keep going and going and going. As you can see, I've passed the Hillard homes. I'm passing Clark Street. I'm passing LaSalle. I'm passing the China Branch Library. Let me zoom out a little bit. No, okay, not passing the library. Okay, I'm here. Okay, so the next camera, from what the city map says, not from what I saw when I went on scene, not from what nobody else saw when they zoomed in on Google Maps, but from what the official website says, that where the active POD cameras are. And when you click on the blue marker, it says that this camera is located on 138 West Cermak Road. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull this down and we're going to pull up Google Maps and go to 138 West Cermak Road and see where the camera is. Let me look at my chat. Okay. Queen Steph, I see you trying to come up, love, but I can't. I keep adding you, but for some reason you keep dropping down. I don't know what's going on. So let's just see where the camera is, right? So we can see. Let's see. Okay. I got so many tabs open, y'all. It don't make no sense. So the reason why I wanted to show the map of the cameras first is because there's so much controversy. The POD camera. I went to go look. I didn't see no. Excuse that noise in the background, y'all. I went to go look. I didn't see the cameras. A lot of people are saying there's a camera right there on the intersection. I didn't see it. So I said, you know what? Instead of going down there trying to, play an Inspector Gadget myself, why not actually just look the cameras up on the city website? When you look it up, it'll tell you what's active and it won't show what's not active. Okay. So here we are. Let me turn around on 20 West Cermak Road, about where the incident occurred here. Okay. And we're going to go all down Cermak until we get to 138 West Cermak Road. So let's
But
go.
Upper, just keep in mind though, they got these new speed cameras and those capture a lot too. So maybe that's what the CPD has. It may not just be a pod
Okay.
as well.
Yeah, Rich. And now that you said
But
that, because
the report, hold on 1 second, but the report says POD camera.
POD,
That's why I'm
it
looking
does.
at it.
It does.
Okay.
But
But
we're gonna get
it
into the
depends.
speed.
There is just that thin line. They be clarifying or classifying different things. But just because it's not in that area, that speed camera could have been that one that caught everything. So I'm just saying.
Okay. And you know what? But check this out, because I did some research too on these. So let's go down. Okay, so it's what did I say the address was? 138 West Cermak. Okay, so let's go. Okay, so now we at 66 West Cermak. Now we 122 West Cermak. This is 138 West right here.
Right,
So
right there by
somewhere
the expressway.
around right by the E-way. So somewhere over here, there's a POD camera. They're not very obvious either, to me anyway. I mean, so it's here somewhere. There's a POD camera located over here somewhere. And so that this POD camera is a very significant amount distance from the actual incident. However, from the research that I did, depending on the model of the POD camera, it can record up to 900 feet away. It has a very sophisticated technology. It can capture up to 900 feet away, but there's also some conditions to that now, because what I think a lot of people think when they think of the POD cameras, they're thinking of like a grocery store surveillance camera. It's not a camera that just sits and watches the whole area constantly. It doesn't move. A POD camera, from my research, actually pans back and forth periodically. It also zooms in different areas periodically, so it doesn't stay in one spot. So if a POD camera captured the incident, it's possible that it didn't capture the entire incident. It's possible that it only captured some of the incident because the camera pans back and forth. What do y'all have to say regarding that?
Yeah, I agree, and I did research on that as well. You're absolutely correct.
Right. So check it out. So this is how far the POD camera is going. So now let's pull this down now that the camera can literally catch up to 900 feet away. So let's see how far 138 West Cermak from 20 West Cermak. So the straight line distance between 138 West Cermak and 20 West Cermak is 118 feet, meaning that it is very possible that the camera did catch the incident. Maybe it didn't catch the whole incident, but it's a possibility that it did. I personally think it probably didn't.
You said 900 feet.
It can capture up to 900 feet. The
And
incident.
it also, like she stated, it depends on the type of camera. So if it's one of the new technologies, it can be a different distance. So some of the older cameras is just going 900 feet in whatever direction it's going. But some of the newer technology cameras, if it's one of those, then it can go beyond 1,000 feet.
Okay.
Also, so I see Real TTV said, go to the light on Cermak Estate. Here's the thing. I'll do that. However, even if it looks to be a camera on Cermak Estate at the light on the intersection, it's a possibility that it's not active. There's several POD cameras in the city not active. So because you see a camera doesn't mean that it's working. So I can look, and if I see one, it's there, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's working. And I went to the city map to show all active POD cameras, and that camera that you're pointing out, Real T, is not on that map. You understand? So it's possible that it's there, but it's probably not on the map because it's not active. Krisha, did you want to add anything in? Y'all, if you in the chat and you want to come up and I recognize you, you still can.
No, not yet.
Upper, did you clear up too about I don't know if you did it or not. I think you did. Clear up about, because they still trying to say, there's people still trying to say that it happened outside Carlos' house. Did you clear that up already?
People saying that the incident happened outside of Carlos' house.
Yeah, like in front of his house, and it didn't happen across the street from the school.
Okay, so the incident happened right here off the intersection of Cermak and State. So this has happened a few cars up from right about here. Okay, now this is where Carlos lives around the corner. He lives on State Street, right above the Bureau Bar here. So this is where he lives. So it's kind of hard to get a person's residence mixed up, okay? When he's all the way over here and the incident happened down here. So when the report is made that this right. So when the report is made that this happened at his residence, I feel that the question should be asked, why would they say that when it clearly did not?
Yeah, that was the witness, but on the actual police report, it has the right address. It has 20 West Cermak, which right there where you said it happened at.
Right.
It doesn't say State Street or anything. And that Momentum coffee that I was talking about is right next to that bourbon or whatever. And then the door is right next to the momentum. You see how the apartments go across the top, so it goes across like three businesses: the momentum, then the bourbon, and then the reggae. That's next to the bourbon place.
Okay.
That's 1,200 feet from where the actual crime happened to his residence.
Yeah, so it didn't happen. I just want everybody to know it didn't happen in front of his house. It didn't happen in front of sharks. It didn't happen in the empty field. It happened across the street from the school.
Let me see if it's any questions in the because I think that was kind of a big thing where a lot of people were saying, and I don't know why people are saying this, but a lot of people are saying that it may as well have been his house is right there around the corner, but no, it wasn't his
No,
house.
yeah.
Okay, I
Someone just
think.
said how far
Oh
was
yeah,
it
you got it
from
on
the
the
house?
screen.
It's not even a half a block, but I don't understand why I saying, well, how many feet is it? Well, how many inches is it? It doesn't matter if it's I well, my opinion, it doesn't matter if it's only 45 feet. It didn't happen in front of his house. Like it doesn't matter. Like it didn't happen in front of his house. If someone get unalive, if it's a McDonald's on on next door to a White Castle, and somebody gets stabbed in front of the McDonald's, you're not gonna say they got stabbed in front of White Castle because White Castle next door. No, you're gonna say they got stabbed in front of McDonald's because they got stabbed in front of
Right,
McDonald's.
right. I just don't believe that all of these things are technical difficulties. I don't even think I have any more. I don't have any more people that's here to speak in the defense of Holly no more. Everybody done left now. I think it's just us Romika Sports.
I wanted to,
You know
I wanted to
I ain't
ask.
ran
So
nowhere, Upper.
nice.
Oh, okay, D Ham still. I'm about
But
to say it.
don't play.
Everybody shoot.
Don't play like that. Don't play
It
like
looked
that.
like everybody looked like they
Don't
done
play
left.
like that.
Okay.
I just
I'll make
wanted
sure
to, I came up here because I had a question. I heard, if I'm not mistaken, it was Miss White. I'm not gonna say for sure. Say that they teach you in CCL that if you're not going to use your GUN, don't pull it out. And I just wanted to get, everybody's stance on that if they feel the same way.
Wait, say
I
that again
don't.
for me, Rich.
I I heard, I believe it was Miss White that stated. I'm not positive.
It was.
Okay. That if you're not going to use your GUN, you should not pull it out. And I just wanted to get everybody that's on the panel stance on that.
If I can answer that from my point of view, my opinion, and from what I've learned, you have to take steps into an analyzing a threat before you even pull your GUN out. When you pull your GUN out, you have to be in some type of danger. And I don't want to go any farther with that, just based off of where we at in the podcast. But I'm just saying, like,
No, do your thing. Do your thing. Go ahead.
yeah,
Go
like
ahead.
it's a matter of there's steps that you have to take, and if you're not in danger, you have no reason to pull your CCL out. The CCL is not a right to shoot or excuse me, to pum pum or unalive anybody. CCL, the acronym is Concealed Carry License. Nowhere in there does that say I can pull it and just start unloading. So anybody want to debunk me or whatever you want to,
Let me just say this. From what I learned is that, like, yeah, for the most part, I would say that's true to a certain extent. Don't pull your weapon out unless you plan on using it. So that I would say I agree that I've learned that as well. But what I also have learned is don't pull your weapon out unless you are in imminent danger. So
right.
yes, if you're in imminent danger, you pull it out. But that's just what you said, Zach. You said that you assess the situation, assess the danger. It doesn't mean just whip it out and just start shooting. You have to, before you even pull it out anyway, you need to assess the situation and make sure that you have to use it.
Right.
Period. So I
So
agree with that.
no one on this panel agrees that sometimes you may have to pull it out or let a person know that you have that type of you're in that type of position and don't come up on me. So that way that it won't even
That's
go
what
that
I
route.
believe.
What? No.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with believe. I have an opinion like you can pull it out and you don't have to use it. You can pull it out where they know, look, back the F up or it's gonna be this may be your last day. And that can get them to thinking, hold on about my business.
Okay, so but I get it. I understand it. Just like I kind of understand, the don't pull it out if you ain't gonna use it as well. Because, I mean, coming from where a lot of us come from, that's kind of what, people say. If don't pull it out if you ain't gonna use it, you better use it if you pull it out, right? But you going to jail if you don't if you don't follow the laws when pulling it out. You're going to jail. It's just that
And then
simple. You have to think before you use it.
And that's then that
and
that
having a
point right
warning
there
shot
is what
is
if
lethal.
you have to be in a logical state to be able to use a weapon of that nature. If you're not thinking logically, you should not be carrying. I don't, if you emotional and all that, you should not be carrying because you're gonna just automatically on 10 just because, oh, I don't like this person. I'm pum pum pum, and that's it. You got to be thinking logically because it's been people in situations that I know that somebody coming up on them, they didn't have a weapon, but they were, much bigger and they just needed to let them know, don't come up on me. And it's like, oh, okay, they backed up. And they just put it out because they was thinking logically, like, I'm not just gonna, go ahead and unallow this person because they, coming at me aggressively.
Yeah, you do have to think logical.
Where I'm from, if you pull it, you're inviting that type of action. Is if you pull it and that other person have it, it's gonna be the wild wild west.
Don't get me wrong. I get what you're saying, but at the same time, you have to think when in different situations when a female and
Mhm.
up against a male, and
Yes.
if he's bigger, taller, or something like that, sometimes she may have to just let him know, hey, don't come up on me like that.
Yes.
That's an
Yeah.
understandable situation.
And I also feel like, Rich, you know what I'm saying? Like in this situation, I'll stick right here. Female and female. If that other person ain't got nothing in her hand, we fighting. In the words of
Exactly.
Mr. Sonder, we
All
bumping.
day, and I had that conversation all day. Yes, that's how, and that's where I come from. We fighting. This fist all day. If you
Mhm.
scared, then you shouldn't even be. I feel like if she was so scared of her, she shouldn't have been in her vicinity, knowing that her child go to that school.
You know what?
Or she should police.
I won't go as far as
That
that.
part.
I won't even say that, y'all. And that's true. But I'm gonna tell you, if I was really in fear of somebody, right? I just feel like I would not antagonize if I'm in fear for real. You know what I'm saying? If I'm scared of
Mm-hmm.
you, if I feel like you can hurt me, if I feel like, you know what I'm saying, you could possibly do something to harm me, I'm not antagonizing you. I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it. I
Mm-hmm.
don't even want to mention your name. I don't even want to sub you. I don't even want to send any subliminals your way that you may think they for you. Nope. Because I'm scared.
Exactly. Exactly.
Can I let me say this? Because now Real TTV says, well, people don't know that telling someone you are going to kill them falls under aggravated battery, a forcible felony. Let me
She
address,
don't want to come up.
let me address that. Um, that is true that okay, to a certain extent. However, in the state of Illinois, not only do you have to say I'm going to kill you, but you also have to show reasonable evidence that it is possible. So I say I'm going to shoot you. Me saying that to you does not give you the right to shoot me. I have to not
Mm-hmm.
only say I'm about to shoot you, but I have to produce the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
The action
Mhm.
must go. The action must go with the verbalization. If I
Now,
say I'm gonna choke the shit out of you, you cannot react to that unless you see me look actively getting ready to do these things. That's like me saying, "Oh, I'm gonna shoot you," but then I got my hand under my jacket, but it's really my finger.
well, let me give you one better real quick, Upper. So this what you're saying is halfway right, real TTV, and that's exactly what Holly did. She said
Exactly
what
what
she
she
was
did.
gonna do, and she produced the weapon, and she did it.
No, no, no.
But I'm
She said
wondering if she's
she,
talking about what we just stated,
So
or if she's saying that Romika stated that to Holly. I'm
yes,
really curious
she's
to
talking
know.
about what she's speaking about. I believe is like the threats that Holly was supposed to have received from Romika, but those
Um,
threats, if those alleged threats is there, they were never um they no they were verbalized, but it never got to that point. It never happened. It never even began to almost happen, right? But when this happened, she did say, "I'ma shoot you, bitch. I'ma shoot you, bitch," and she produced the weapon and she did it. So there we have the aggravated
right.
battery, the forcible felony.
Uh-huh.
I just let Miss White up. I don't know if she's up or not. I can't really tell because I don't see the names on the thing. I keep,
But
you know,
I totally agree with I mean, for the most part, and it depends on, like I said, it's always a blurred line with everything. You know what I'm saying? You just have to logically think about your situation and assess the situation accordingly. Quisha's husband, when he said, attempt to de-escalate, and then, think of other safe alternatives first before you pull it out. You know what I'm saying? If you can go the other way to avoid that situation, do such, because that's what they teach you in CCL. I don't In Illinois, at least that's what I know they taught me. I don't know about other states.
Can y'all hear me?
I hear you now.
Okay. Whew, Jesus, I've been backstage forever. So I wanted to reiterate on Rich's question that she, because she's absolutely correct, but I think it could be some misinterpretation to what I was saying. Because as the gentleman said, I think that was Zach, he's absolutely correct. So what in my statement meaning, you've assessed your situation, you know you're in intimate danger and have to pull. But do not pull if you're not willing and ready to use. So that's what I was saying. And there's two sides to coin because, like me, I own a food truck. I'm out late nights in some bad areas sometimes. I open carry as well as concealedly. And the reason for me doing that is if I'm out and I'm working, I want you to see what I'm toting. I got one on both sides. I want you to be very clear and very aware. So typically, when you do that, you don't have a lot of problems, right? There's times when you're completely carrying, then the people have to find out the wrong way. So I was trying to say, because I sit on both sides of that. Um, my husband won't openly carry. He'd be like, "Well, they're gonna find out when they find out," and I feel like I want to give fair warning. Like, you see what I got, and I know how to use them all. Like all 42 of my weapons, because no trigger is the same. Some might have a pin here. Like you have to become one with your weapon. You got to know what you're doing. So that's kind of what I was saying.
Okay, and that's fair, and I totally agree. And but you have to think about the different states and how they operate. We
I'm
can't
sorry.
openly carry.
Somebody's acting. I didn't mean to
I
interrupt
hear
you.
Mr. White.
Okay, go ahead, Rich. Not so because I
No,
want to
I
be
was
a
just
part of
saying,
it.
I believe she may live in a state where, she can openly carry, but we can't hear, you know what I'm saying? So there's
Right.
there's a difference, you know what I'm saying? So I totally get what she's saying and coming from, but when she first stated it, it was just like, if you're not going to, don't pull it out if you're not going to use it. So I was just wondering, that's why I posed that question, because she didn't explain it in that magnitude, but I totally understand and agree. I mean, I can be on both sides of it. You know what I'm saying? I agree. Don't pull it out if you're not willing to use it or attempt to let somebody know, hey, I'm carrying, back the hell up off of me.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
And
Upper,
you're
I don't know
right.
if you
You have
realize
to
you let
be.
me up here. This is Truth Slayer.
Hey,
You're
Truth.
right, Miss White. You have to be one with your weapon. I had this discussion with Real TTV on one D Ham's panel, and she was stating that all 9 MMs, they jam. That's not true. If you don't know your weapon, I mean, if you avid gun user, then you should know that not all MMs just jam up like that. If you're not cleaning your
You
of course, I'm sorry, your GUN, of course, is gonna jam up on you.
you stand a better chance of that with a 380
Right,
than like
exactly.
nines and blocks. So
Right.
yeah, I love them, y'all. I love them, but thank God I've never had to use them. All of my kids are versed with them. It's just I'm a country girl, but still, I know my rights. But I found most people that carry they really don't have problems because they know what they rocking with. Now that's not all time, but for the most part, if you in the chat or the panel and you carry, I think it's safe to say y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Like oftentimes you don't have that problem.
I
That is
personally
that.
feel like I agree with your husband. I feel like we all human beings. We all out here trying to live and provide for our families and just live the best life that we possibly can. So there's no reason for you to come at me any kind of way. Once you find out what it is that I'm carrying, and it's too late, that's your problem because you started it. So
Right, right. I had one incident, only one, where I actually pulled and did not use. Only one last, and it was only because a man was begging me. He kept saying, "My son, my kids in the car, ma'am, please, please." And this guy had pulled a knife. I was very much in my right, but that man pleaded with me. I'm sitting outside the store right now. I can walk in there. They'll tell you where my food truck is. And he said, "Please, my kids, please." He begged me. And that's the only reason why I didn't drop that rascal. That's the only reason. And I get mad at myself now. My family was like, "I don't care. Hey, you should, but he said his kids. I had the advantage too. I'm gonna say I had the advantage. So I had to like level on. I had to level my thinking. I had to level my thinking.
Do you think
Upper,
that
do you
Holly?
mind? Do you mind if I say something, Upper?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm
Oh, before
sorry.
you
This is
say
Truth
that,
Slayer. I've been
before
up
you
here for a little
hold,
bit. That's all. I just, yeah.
hold on, hold on, real quick,
Okay.
True Slayer. Before you say that, I just want to let everybody know I put this picture up here because I don't know how accurate it is, but this is kind of a depiction of what the POD camera looks like. So basically, they gave me a depiction of what the POD camera footage may have looked like when they looked up those of the POD cameras in the city of Chicago. I put it into Chat GPT, and this is a rendition of what it would look like. So if you look at this, you can see the figure of the person. You may not necessarily be able to see every single thing that they're doing because is especially if it's in between vehicles, it may be a bit difficult. Also, buses can obstruct the site of the crime scene, and then also the bridge or viaducts or trees may also obstruct the actual image of the crime scene. But this is how the footage would look from 530 feet away. So just wanted to share that with y'all. Go ahead, True Slayer. I'm listening.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Hey, Upper, panel, chat,
Hey,
everybody. How y'all doing?
welcome,
This
True
is
Slayer.
awesome. Awesome panel. Awesome panel. I really just wanted to moreover point at the fact that, and thanks for having me up, like I said, is that you have when you have that license to carry, you're held to a different standard. From my understanding, Holly did not follow certain protocols and everything. And when you're carrying, you need to be a very sober-minded, decisive person. You do not need to be scared, or anything. And I know there was history there and whatever happened between them prior to that moment. But like, I have yet to hear anything that tells me that there was imminent danger where this level of force was, necessary. And that's really the bottom line for me. I'm open to hear if somebody does know something I don't know. But I just haven't heard it yet. I'm like, okay, like whatever you present, it's like, okay, I still don't see where the imminent danger was. And that's what I'm on the holdout for. And not just like somebody's narrative, but, some receipts, some proof that really points to the fact that this was necessary for this kind of force to be used. And I just have nothing that has been said has been able to convince me that that was the case. So if I'm missing something, somebody please let me know. But I don't see it.
I don't see it either, honestly. And I think Upper was about to ask the same question as me at the same time. And just based off of what you just said, Truth Slayer, I agree 100% with everything you just said.
Definitely.
And I was listening to Miss White, and she said she had to level her thinking. And Miss White, well, everybody on the panel, do you guys think that Holly leveled her thinking that day?
No.
I think so.
Well, and the
I
fact that
don't
I
know.
believe,
Why?
and
No.
I believe that Carlos, I believe that he all but gave her permission to go get her firearm when he said she gonna go get her gun. If you think that's what she really about to do, you don't need to be holding me. You need to be going to go get her.
That truthfully, I
Yeah.
said the
If you
same
really
thing.
believe that's what she's about to do, and you the one saying it,
Right. That's a
what you
fact.
hold me for? I don't have no gun.
I personally feel like you have to be there to hear and see how that's being said and the contents is being said. And that's not me making excuses. But if somebody is verbalizing she's gonna go get your gun, to me, that's a warning. That's like I'm letting you know that she's doing it. Now we can go deeper into what's going on, but just based off of that statement, I can't say that
No,
he's
Right?
encouraging.
They're
say
both
something.
plausible,
That's
in
not
my
what she
opinion. They're both
said.
plausible.
That's not
Yeah.
what that's not exactly what she said. She said, "I'll get my gun and shoot you, bitch."
No, not
That's what she
her.
Not
said.
her.
Not her. Not her, F. But me and Zach did have this conversation about the same thing, right? And so like he actually made me see, because he was like, it could be a warning, or it could be she about she about to go get her gun, like like another antagonizing moment. But
So if I'm wrong, correct me. I heard on many cases that he said she about to go get her gun. Watch, she about to go get her gun.
yes,
Watch.
I did too,
In
and I
that
left
First
that
she
off.
regard,
said,
it's
Yeah.
like
y'all.
he's antagonizing the situation. Like you better calm down because she finna go get her stuff. She finna do something
Exactly.
to you.
Now
No,
that
first
right there, that makes
it
sense
was
to it feeling like an antagonization. That makes sense.
she said it first, and he backed it up with his part. He said, "I'm finna get my gun and shoot you, bitch." And then he said to Romika, "She finna go get her gun. Watch."
Right.
No,
And if
So
you
he
really
no.
has
believe
to
that enough to tell me that,
understand.
yeah, you should have been doing something else in that moment. I'm
Can
sorry.
I
Yeah, but
say?
you
Can
know
I
what?
answer? Can I
He
piggyback off what Zach was saying, because he's absolutely correct, and it's really about perception. So if you know how we perceive things is based off what we already think, right? So it can two ways. Like, oh, now stop, chill out, man. Or she go get that thing, or it could have been like, she got to go get that thing on you now. See, it could have been either way. Just like when the witness
with
said,
him, but what about
you
with her?
know, when the witness, like I took it, I could take this two ways. The witness was saying, she was like, what do you mean you went and got my kid from school? What? You can take that like, I just got my kid from school. What do you mean? Or I just dropped my kid off, yo. What we doing? What? So it's about perception. And everybody perceives things a different way according to what they already think and believe.
If he had that,
So we
So
don't
the
know that
statement,
was
"I'm
even
finna get my
said.
gun and shoot." Can you just? I mean, because I just want to know What other ways can I say that without?
I don't know. I don't know. And I don't want to speculate on something that I don't know to be
I
true.
think that's pretty.
Not
I think
trying to
that's.
be funny.
I think that's pretty straightforward. I'm gonna shoot you, big.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I
I
don't
and
know
I
no
just
other.
think okay. I also
It's
think
not.
y'all we gotta understand the difference between scared and danger. Okay, because a person can be scared, but that don't mean that they're in danger.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So just because she was scared, she was scared, she didn't want to fight. Okay, that may be true, but that don't mean that just because she's scared and don't want to fight, she was in danger.
Right.
Absolutely. You're right.
And if you're scared and don't want to fight, you don't come online and antagonize somebody that you're
Right.
afraid of, that you have to get a TPO on, that you have to,
Hmm.
coincidentally, in recent months, get your license to carry. You don't show up near their child's school during prime time, drop off time. You just
When
don't
did she
do
get
that.
her license to conceal? When did she get her license to conceal?
She had it for some years before she even met Carlos.
I thought they said it was
It
earlier
2000.
that year.
No, it was
wasn't.
longer than
I'm
Okay,
saying,
well, my
it's,
bad. I'm remiss.
and it's okay.
remember
That's
she
a
was
perfect
swinging it out
example of
there in her hometown.
it. It's a
She
perfect
she
example
had
of
some
But you.
trouble in her
the
But
hometown.
state.
hold on 1 second, Miss White. You're going in and out. I can't really hear what you're saying.
Oh, I didn't hear nobody talking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why I was saying you because she's going in and out. Now I did
Can you
want to read something. Say it again.
can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you're choppy. I don't know if you're on a Bluetooth, maybe.
Go down and come back up. I don't know what's going
I
Yeah,
on.
it's
can't
choppy.
hear at all.
Okay. I just want to read.
But hold that thought and come back up.
Okay. I do want to read really quick what Key said. Now, come on, now, y'all. Let's be real. Let's be real here. Now, he said, now if you holding somebody and then referencing the person who ain't being held is about to get their gun, how does that warning help Romika?
Now,
That's
can I answer
basically.
that?
Go ahead.
It doesn't, right? It doesn't at all. And I spoke about this before. So, like, I've been in a lot of fights, right? And I don't like you to hold me. Don't hold me because you're allowing somebody to be able to get to me. Let me go. You know what I'm saying? Like, because at the end of the day, if he would have let her go, then I would have looked at it more
Say it
as
again. I can hear you,
I
but
would
you.
have looked at it more as it was her fault, her own fault. But you
Right.
holding me, you allowed somebody to get me.
Right.
That
I just want to read.
that
Can y'all still hear me? I
Yeah,
don't
we
know
can
mm-hmm.
hear
what's
you.
going on. Because I got people. Okay, so go ahead. I want to let everybody before I get into what the actual laws say. I want everybody to finish. You know, their what they think about that situation, because what I think is that, because see, this is gonna get into where people gonna start. It's gonna start. It's a controversial. It's a very controversial statement to make, but I'm gonna have to go ahead and just say it, because this is where we get into the topic of premeditation, guys.
Right.
Because a lot of people are saying, "Oh, it wasn't premeditated. She didn't plan it. She didn't have her CCL.
Can I?
She didn't go get her TPO because she wanted to unalive her." Y'all are reaching. But at the end of the day, I want you guys to understand that when you talk about the topic of premeditation, and I think Krisha covered it as
I
well,
did.
premeditation does not have to be something that you plan out for months. It could be something that happens in an instant, quite honestly. You could be in the middle of an argument with somebody, and the moment that you blurt out, "I'm gonna get my gun," and then the other person says, "She finna go get her gun," you got time to think about it. The young lady is being held. That's premeditated. That's
Absolutely. It's
premeditated.
called
Yeah,
instantaneous premeditation.
absolutely.
I also touched on the fact that prior to, I touched on the fact that if I'm in that situation and I hear her say, I'm going to shoot you, bitch, I'm not going to be holding you, much less having you in a headlock, but I'm definitely going to let you go and give you the opportunity to get away. Because for me, it would be a warning for me to say, she finna go get a gun, get out of here. Like, go on.
Right.
Mhm. For
Okay,
me, let me go. Just let me go.
did Ms. White come back? Okay, so
Yes, because I was looking at the chat thinking that she got her CCL like in a year or so. No, she didn't had it for a while. She was out there wherever she from, was swinging and toting it then. So the perception of, oh, how do you say to this person, she's so laid back, unconfrontational. No, she was toting and swinging and some GUNs back in 2018.
Not toting and slanging. I didn't know. I didn't know D-Ham was back there all this time. I think I can have up to 10 people up here. I just had Real T TV join the panel, and then D-Ham is back as well. Can everybody hear me? Everybody audio working?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear
Okay.
you.
We
Okay.
can get into real conversation about this topic. We
Okay.
all going around it.
Well, okay. So so I'm gonna let Real T TV talk about what we're talking about up here as far as the now. Keys just said in the comments that the young lady Romika was being guided by Carlos because she was in a headlock to get to his car. So she guided him. So according to what Keys is saying, Romika was guided towards Holly's vehicle. What do you guys whoever wants to go first? Real T is up here and D Ham is up here. Whoever want to go first, y'all can weigh in on whatever you want to weigh in on.
Possible, because I'll make my short about this. I think it's possible. It just don't make sense how he couldn't hold Romika due to the size she is compared to him. And then also it was another altercation that he had. It could have been a year ago or whatever when it was the altercation with Romika at his home. The altercation led her to stab him, I think, in the hand and in the ankle. Okay, and during that time, he gave her a black eye and restrained her and held her down because she wanted to get away. But he held her and restrained her, called the police, and held her until the police got there. So this took for like maybe between 8 and 18 minutes.
So let me say this. I think it's possible too, right? And the reason that I say that is because I feel like he already had a little vendetta against her, right? He wasn't feeling her anyway. You know, just 2 weeks prior he was at the school and almost hit her, right? So I
Mm-hmm.
just feel like you never know. You never know inside of somebody's mind that if I can't have you, nobody can. You don't know. And it seems like the next person can go.
No, say it, Creature.
Oh, let me just say this real quick because I just want to read. I'm gonna let Real T and D Ham go in a minute, but T Smith said, "Now, did she break free or did Carlos let her go?" Because remember, he held Romika before for 18 minutes for police to show. Now, I'm gonna answer that because according to Carlos and according to one of the can somebody mute because I can hear my echo. If you're not muted, I'm sorry, if you're not talking, and you're not muted, mute for me, please. Thank you so much. Now I saw when you look at the viral video of the crime scene of the incident, the first thing that I hear when the video comes on is Carlos screaming, "She walked away, what the hell?" And then the Hispanic male witness, the boyfriend of the woman, the Hispanic woman, then says back to him, "Yeah, she walked away because she got shot." So to me, that doesn't show that I don't know if he let her, it doesn't sound like she broke free. It sounds like he let her go to me. And it
So
also
you
shows
so you saying he let her go and then she walked away.
this is what I'm gonna play it for y'all. What was said was, what the hell? She just walked away.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Hispanic male said, yeah, she walked away because she got shot.
Mm-hmm.
This is what was said. Both Carlos and the Hispanic witness on scene, one thing they did agree on is that at a certain point during the shooting, Romika did try to walk away. I mean, I don't think we can dispute that because both the witness and Carlos agreed with each other right there on camera.
Mm-hmm. And I also think if she, like you said, tried. I think she tried to walk away. But
Tried, right.
yes.
And don't y'all find it funny that when the witness was saying that she was wiggling, he had her in the headlock or had his arms around her waist, she would wiggle a little bit, but he would get her again, and then then the headlock, and then she would wiggle, he would get her. But as soon as Holly pew pew, all of a sudden she just breaks it in.
Right. Right.
I feel like this. Even let's say that she did break free. If anybody know about fighting, tussling, wrestling, or whatever, if you're stronger than me and we're wrestling, or you trying to grab me and I gotta get away from you, if you're stronger than me and I do manage to break free, I'm not breaking free in just breaking free. I'm breaking free and I'm stumbling because now I gotta catch my balance. That's a whole lot of momentum I gotta use to get away from you first and then get away from the situation. So it's not like she broke free and now she's running at you or whatever the case they try to make it to be.
Right.
Because she had to be out of breath just by struggling with him because he works out and he was a personal trainer. So that wasn't I mean, I don't see why he wasn't able to hold her. And let's just say he wasn't able to control Romika. We'll say that. But we know that he has tried to control Holly and say, hey, no, 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 don't you go get that gun. We're not doing that. We got our baby out here. Get in the car.
Well, this is my thing, Ebony. Did they not expect her to break free? Did they expect her to stay restrained? Did they expect her to stay in a headlock? Did they expect her to, you see what I'm saying? For him to keep her,
Yeah.
what I mean, who that is being held like that is not trying to get away?
Yeah.
Cause now I didn't heard I'ma shoot you and I need you to let me go. I need to get away.
And I'm going to shoot you beat, and calling her a bitch. So right there, just showing that she's not pleased at all. And I give the altercation initially started with Carlos and Romika, and Holly has a restraining order. She shouldn't have inserted herself in anything. Period. Don't forget, she's scared now because she went to go get the TPO baby and walked back to the apartment that's so very close.
A person that's described as being scared of you to the point where they go and get a TPO on you, if they see you tussling with somebody, they're going to leave that area, point blank
Yes.
area. There's
They're
no
gonna leave.
way.
They're gonna call the police. They could have, I feel like the first thing was say, okay, this, you know, oh girl out here acting crazy. Y'all need to come get her. That's not what you did because you really wasn't scared. You see what I'm saying? Like you
Yeah.
actually engaged.
I think she just went to go get that TPO just to have because we know people go get fake TP. I ain't gonna call it TPO, but go do things to get a judge to give them a TPO. Don't act like that. It has to be all this overwhelming evidence to get a TPO because it doesn't. Because they give you like a temporary. And then once you go to court, that's when you have to present your evidence. So they'll give you an emergency one for 30 days. And you ain't got to give no a whole bunch of evidence. We done done too many times. Calling saying, hey, if I see your granddaughter, I'm gonna do this, or sending um vagina pictures. We don't even know if that was really her vagina. To me, how are you scared of that? Of being sent to you, and we don't even know that was Romika because she said in the TPO it came from a text now app. Then she said she has an app that tells you what number that it was really coming from. It was just a bunch of calls, this and stuff like that. Like, to me, that's not something where you would need a PO where you feel like your life is in danger.
Let me and I agree with that 100%. I personally don't feel and whoever else wants to weigh in can weigh in. I don't feel that she believed that her life was in danger at all. Um, some things are speculation. So then I would be speculating by saying that. But I don't know if you know what it feels like to actually be afraid of someone. But when you're afraid of someone, the last thing that you're going to do is go anywhere near the vicinity that they're in. You're going to go out of your way to not be in their vicinity. So it doesn't make sense that it doesn't matter that her baby daddy lived around the corner. She had no other business there. So I don't understand why she couldn't have made an arrangement to visit with her child's father somewhere else, maybe at another time or whatever, made some sort of arrangement, because you're supposed to be deathly afraid of this young lady. So if you're so afraid, why in the world would you put yourself in eye view of her? Not just being in her vicinity, but being somewhere that you know she can see you. Does that make sense to you all? Because it don't make sense to me.
Not at all. Anybody, and then you can't tell me that she didn't know that that was the school for her son either. Being that y'all had the same baby father. I'm sure. I'm sure that Carlos has come out his mouth in one way, shape, or form to have to go to that school for his son. So you can't tell me that you didn't know that she goes there.
Oh, she knew. That's where Carlos will always go try to fight her at. And then why would she? What I didn't understand is why leave out at the time that the kids are going to. Could have left out maybe an hour early, or if she wound up running late, she could have said, "Okay, I know these kids are going to school this time, and I don't want to rush girl. So let me leave out an hour later. I leave out at the exact time that the kids are being taken to school. That
Right.
doesn't make sense to me.
Right. And I do want to Miss White, before I move on to the next topic, Miss White did say that she wanted to weigh in. I don't know why you weren't able to unmute, Miss White, but I did it for you. But typically you should be. Miss White, can you hear us?
Nonetheless, I can. Can y'all not hear me?
We can. You still a
Can you
little
hear me?
choppy though, but we can hear you. You still a little choppy, but yeah, we can hear you though.
To my understanding, the school started 8:30. So I don't know how long. I don't know what time they started allowing for parents to drop kids off, and I'm not trying to figure all that out. But what I'm saying is, school starts at 8:30. Incident happened at shortly after 9. So, mom would have been gone already.
She was running late that morning.
And
And she
even
also posted on
even
social media that
Yeah.
she was running late. And
but
Holly was stalking her social media allegedly.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
from my
So,
understanding, they start going in at 8:30, but the last bell doesn't stop until 9. I'm not
no, the
sure.
bell rings at 8:30. Bell rings at
Okay.
8:30.
Well,
Okay.
So
if she
if we're
was
gonna say
late,
that,
she was
if we're
still
gonna say
running late
that,
though.
right, she
Huh?
was running late. She was running late. Was said. So are we gonna also say they did something to make her run late?
No, I'm not saying
No.
that they did something to make her run late. This is what I'm saying. Okay, so school starts at 8:30. Let's say they know that too. So they out there at 8:30 and ain't there at 8:30, and then they see that it's on social media. She running late, and if you really want to get to somebody, hey, you don't sit there and wait because you know she ain't gonna be long
I had
behind.
thought she was
Long.
gone by now. I had thought that she had dropped the baby off and was already on her way. Came outside.
Huh? What did you say?
No, they had not
Huh?
thought that she had already dropped off the baby and was well on her way by then, before they
No,
came
she
out.
made a post on social media
I
that
understand
she
that.
was running late.
Yes, I understand that.
And they
But
were already there when she made that U.
I just want to say this. At 6 months old, what baby has to go to school at 6 months old?
no,
She
Because
don't go to
I just want to
the
know.
no,
I
baby
just want to
didn't go to
know what
school.
legitimate business did Holly have at that school? That's all I want to know.
no, no. Charlie wasn't at the school. The baby daddy lives in, it's all one vicinity where he lives. The incident, his school, is all in one vicinity. It's all in the same area.
It's
So
all
what I
in
was
the same
saying
area.
that
Yeah.
maybe Romika had dropped the baby off, and before they came outside from across the street where the school is, they could have assumed that she was already gone, long gone, only to find out she wasn't.
But I'm saying why
Hold on.
why would you even
Both
leave
things.
out during the times that the kids are being dropped when you're such afraid?
Okay, what time did it begin? What time was the first 911 call? After, right? So if we're
The
running
first
late, we don't know how
911
late.
was at 9 o'clock.
School had already been
Nine
in
o'clock.
session for 30 minutes.
No. Listen, if the 411 call was at 9 o'clock, the security had already said they had been out there maybe like 10 minutes. So she wasn't that late. They had already said
Wait a
that
minute.
they were out there
Wait a
like
minute.
10
Wait a minute.
15,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Say that again. Security said they had been out there how long?
10 15 minutes. Carlos and Romika going back and forth.
Oh, so why did he have to walk across the field later to find out what happened?
What do you mean later? It wasn't later. He stated as he was walking across the street, he saw Romika and Carlos, but as he got closer, that's when he saw Holly.
Got you. But we're talking about school bell ring at 8:30. Classes in session. Teacher done wrote her name. Or the agenda is out already. Yeah, she gone by now. Let's go ahead and dip.
But we don't know what time
We don't know,
they went out
right?
for.
Right. We don't know. That's what I'm saying. We don't know. But my
I know,
point I'm
but we
making
do know
is
that it was close for the time for the kids to be at school.
right. What we do know is that school was already in session. Mother lives very, very close to the vicinity. So that's what gave her the right to be there. Not at the school, but at
Across
his
from the
house or leaving
school.
his house or whatever the case may have
No, she was across the
been.
street
Because
from
she
the
has
school.
no business at the child's school
She was
whatsoever.
across. It
None.
was across the street from the school. It wasn't at his house. She was across the street from the school.
She
All of this
was.
happened
That
across
and I
the
think
street from the
I
school.
think David Brown confirmed because he said that's where they would park because they would get tickets if they parked in front of his house, right? But
But
also
and also,
I think one of the school administrators, the principal, the superintendent, one of them spoke and said when they came out, it was like, wow, she just dropped her baby off.
hmm that was the security.
No,
Who talked to the security officer?
no, it wasn't the security. Mm-mm.
So the family.
He did say that on that on Keith's thing. He said she just dropped her baby
Yeah,
off.
he did
That
say
was
that.
the
But one of the I believe it was a female, somebody said did. Like somebody help me out. But it was one of the female yeah, I know Real Talk 2024. I know. Upper even went through that too. That you can park where he lives. But that's yeah. But what I'm
yeah,
saying is one of the superintendent, the principal. Thank you. Somebody just put it in there. The
yeah. It
principal
probably
said
was
it.
them too.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So
And someone in there, so you can hear someone in the crowd say she dropped her baby off.
What's the disagreement here?
I guess why was Holly there at the time doing school, and I guess Miss Whitefield school started at 8:30. So they so
So
it was not
it's a possibility that it's a couple things that are possible. One thing that's possible is that they might have already thought the Romika dropped the son off. Another thing that's possible is that they could have been watching her social media and was waiting for her to drop the son off. So I mean, both things are possible.
Exactly. That's just want to say we have to be fair on both sides. That's all I'm saying. You just say
true.
they did this without when we don't know, and we're making accusations. You have to be able to say on both ends.
So both things are possible, but we do have, as human beings, draw our own conclusions based off of how the remainder of the situation happened. So when I think of the past history of these two young ladies, when I think of how the incident occurred, when I think of everything involved, including all of the false information that was given in the police report, when I think about the ballistics and the autopsy report and the witness statements, it can lead you to believe that there was some funny business going on as to why she was parked outside of the school. Even though either one can be true, I think that I'm led in personally to believe that something strange was going on there, and it's a high possibility that they may have been waiting for her. That's just my opinion, because it's too many lies from
Hmm.
in the report. It's too many cover-ups going on. You got people making phone calls to the police after the incident. That's the first time I ever heard anything like that. I don't know
And
how
Key
Eh,
said
Can,
that. I
can I
know for
say
a
something,
fact
all of
Upper?
those things.
Can I say something?
Key
Yeah,
said 10,
just let me say
15
this.
minutes.
All of those things incorporated lead me to believe that they were out there for other reasons other than just, getting ready to go to
Okay.
the gym. That's just what I think. Go ahead, D-Ham.
Okay. Well, this is what I would say, y'all, because so far I think this is a one-sided panel, and maybe because I don't know everybody really is in agreement that there should have been more uh, done to try to prevent Romika from losing her life, which I agree.
Hold on, D-Ham. Wait a minute. Let me stop you there. I don't mean to cut you off, but I gotta cut you off
Thank
because
you.
you
I was
said
I
it was a
barely
waiting.
got two
one-sided
words
panel,
in.
but we
But go ahead. Go ahead.
I know I understand that, but I stopped you
It's
there
okay. Go ahead.
because you said it's a one-sided panel, but I'm allowing anybody from any side to come up if they choose to give their opinion. And then of course, as the host, I have my opinion, but I'm not stopping anybody from giving theirs. So go ahead.
Because at first I was the only one up here. Me, Miss White, Amber, D Ham, and you up when it first started. When it very first started.
So everybody is welcome to give their opinion, and nobody's
I lost
opinion is being
part
shot.
of it.
Yeah, nobody's opinion is being shot down, but it is a debate. It's a
No, I'm
debate.
not.
So
I'm not
people are
saying
going
that.
to
I'm just saying
debate.
that. I'm. What I'm saying is we can all agree that there could have been more done to prevent Holly from losing her life. Right? Can y'all hear me?
We hear you.
Romika.
Oh,
I hear
Romika,
you.
excuse me. But what has not been said yet is why did she stop her car and break her protection order? Regardless of the fact if they were there, she could have kept on driving. Can we agree to that?
Yeah, she could have. I think we
Okay.
She could have.
all agreed
Okay.
on that.
Okay.
She could
Also,
have.
let me. I want to piggyback on something you said, Upper, but I also want to say that it's people up here to debate, and if there's something that you would like to say or debate upon, I think it's been pretty open.
Yeah. So
But
it's not one sided because she said open panel. It's just that more people came up in favor of Romika on the panel than Holly, because then it would have been one sided if more people would have came up for Holly and not. So I don't think Upper intentionally you knew that it was going to be more Romika people on the
No, I'm not
panel.
accusing
I
y'all
think
of
she
being
open
one
for
sided.
anybody.
I'm not accusing y'all of being one sided. I'm just saying that the way that uh this conversation is going, all parties that's really been speaking agree on what they agree on. So what I'm saying is there was nothing that has been any pushback on why the car stopped, understanding that she's already been in court prior for possible threats or
Because
alleged
nobody
threats.
asked. That's
Well,
why.
I'm
Okay.
you cutting me off. That's what I didn't want to do. I didn't want to cut y'all off. Is what I'm saying. It's been a lot of everybody's given the opportunity, so I didn't want to cut y'all off. But basically, what I'm saying is that there has been other things to prevent any escalation of any physical violence when you have a court order. And if that court order is violated or broken, then of course it would be the what ifs. What could Carlos had did during the altercation? Um, did he let her go just in time for her to get GUN down? All of these things could be speculated to that extreme. But what happened with her just dropping the son off and keep going if she's late for work and just go straight to work?
I
I
don't
think
know.
that when we talk about speculation, a lot of things can be speculated. One, and I'm going to give you a couple of speculations. One thing that could be speculated is that she bust a U-turn after dropping her son off because she wanted to fight Holly. Another speculation could be that she bust a U-turn and stopped because she got a call from Carlos to come over there and meet her to grab some money for her child or something. Another speculation could be she bust a U-turn because she wanted to have an argument with her baby daddy. Another speculation could be maybe she didn't even see Holly sitting right there. It's a lot of things that
yes,
can be. The point that I'm making is that there's a lot of things that can be speculated. So when people say, oh, well, she should have kept going. How do you say that when you don't know why she stopped?
Right.
yes, and
Right.
and I feel like I'm speculating, but we don't even know if she's seen Holly. You see what I'm saying? We don't even know if she
Exactly.
didn't just first see her. He's how tall? You know what I'm saying? So if she's sitting in her car, she could have seen him standing there and said, "Oh, there go that ninja. Let me pop out." So we don't even know if she's seeing Holly. So that's kind of hard to. If we answer that question, we would be speculating.
Yeah, we don't even know if she knew what type of car Holly had, or if Holly was sitting in a car and her eyes was just zoomed in on Carlos because Carlos was the one double parked in the middle of the street. So we can't say why she didn't keep going.
And the other thing that you got to think about is if I got a TPO and I know that this is where she goes to drop her son off, why am I anywhere in the vicinity?
That's what I was trying to say, and it was like because I'll use this as an example. If I have a TPO against somebody I'm scared of, and I know um, that my baby daddy live around the corner, I know this person gets off of work at 1 o'clock. I'm gonna use my head because sometimes people get off a little early. Sometimes people may get off a little late. Sometimes they might have to wait for somebody to come and relieve them. So if I know this person is going to get 1 o'clock, guess what? I'm gonna try to be out of that area by 10. I'm gonna try to be out of that
What
area by
the issue
10.
the issue we have here is that she's a baby mama herself from the same man. So if she's living with, if she's staying over the weekend with him, she has every right to be with her baby, with her baby daddy. So we understand those as human beings. That's human nature. Now,
Mhm.
if we saying that it's speculation as to why she stopped the car, we got to ask then, what's all the other speculations? You know, as to why they came out the house. Did they come out the house to time her to be there right on time? Like a lot of this is all speculation to me. Is what I'm saying.
So let
All
me
of it is
can I say
speculation.
something? So so basically, I'll say this, right? So basically, from social media, she would already had knew they were in town. She would already had knew Holly was in town. We've seen where they play video footage of her knocking on the door and having a board in his face. Do you do like let's just, I guess I say we would be using common sense. Do you think she would have did it there at his house, or would she have stopped to really be ready to fight before she, after she dropped her son off, before she go to school, before she go to work? She had time to do it over the
I,
weekend.
I'm with you. I'm not here to indict Romika. So I'm with you. If it could have been anything that popped off at any given time, if she really wanted it to pop off, who's to say? But I'm not here to indict her. This is not an indictment on her. What I'm saying is a lot of the conversation that so far is all speculation. So even if I bring up if why did she stop the car, that is speculation. It's all so far we all because nobody was there, and of course, um, we wish that she didn't lose her life in that moment. You know what I'm saying? But we don't know what all happened and what transpired in that situation 100%. So
Okay,
I'm with
so
you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, DM.
No, I do feel where y'all coming from. Of course, this if we gonna sit here and make this out to be a planned, plot out, unalive, then I understand that that's what we're doing. But I don't.
I
I'm
don't.
looking at it. Hold on. I'm looking at it from a lot of different angles. So, um, I can see the fact that she probably just seen Carlos and just wanted to holler at him. I can see that. I also can see if she's seen somebody she been wanting to get at too. I can see it from both of those angles. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that we said that though. I think that all of us kind of said that there's different ways that it could have went. In the beginning, Miss White said, "Well, why couldn't it be that they just thought that she had already dropped her son off at school, so they came out late?" I think Miss White said that, and then uh, Ebony then said, "Yeah, that is a possibility." Or no, I said, or they could have been waiting. It could have
Yeah.
gone either
Okay.
way. I think we all acknowledge that. So we're not saying this is how it went, this is what happened. I don't think anybody up here said that. So and then
No, no,
also
no. I'm not putting no. What I'm saying is that the narrative conversation is going is really all the is really and it not, I think I'm the first one that really brought up anything that Holly Romika could have did differently or what her. I think I'm the only one speaking on what I think her initial involvement in stopping or whatever came up. I think everything else been
that's what
everybody's been
that's
speaking
what you're
on.
that's what you're here for.
Okay, cool.
You're here to represent that side. I'm not. You are. So that's why you're on the panel. And
But
whoever
but the
else
minute
wants to speak
the
on the
minute I
panel.
opened my mouth, y'all kind of like jumped on me, right? Because I said it was going that way. But it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so I want to, if I can, Upper, real TTV. That was a good question. I understand that question. She said, but what gave her the right? And that makes me think it was calculated. So you feel like it was calculated. Now, I would like to say this, and this is speculation, right? Because that is speculation saying she was calculated. So a lot of this is going to be speculation, and I think that we all need to just understand that, because we're just talking about a story and we're trying to put out what it maybe, what it looked like, what it could be, right? But here's the thing. If you feel like that was calculated, I can also say that too. And I'm not shutting that down. But I'm gonna also say I feel like it could have been calculated on Carlos' part, because guess what? He knew where she worked. He knew where the baby went to school for sure. He knew her route. So did
Preacher,
he?
I don't mean to stop you for a sec, but do y'all hear? TV.
I do.
I should say I
Kind
was.
of. So we.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you guys. I have to address the chat for a moment.
Okay.
I
Somebody
understand.
has a TV though.
Just
That's
everybody mute.
over. Yeah.
I understand that people have their opinions about whoever may be on the panel, whether that be me, D Ham, Ebony, whatever. But can we try to keep it respectful? I don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable or attacked up here. So even if you may not like something that somebody said, hell, I may not like it. Ebony may not like it, but we all kind of we did go over the rules in the beginning. And I really don't want anybody to feel like they're being attacked by the chat. And I really can't sit here as the host and let it happen. So if y'all could try to be a little bit more mature, if you're down there attacking somebody, calling somebody on the panel a name, I can't have that. I'm so sorry. So can we continue with the topic? I think
Who they attack? Upper.
No, I'm not. I don't feel attacked, Upper.
Okay, don't
My
tell
my
me.
my statement of saying it was one sided, y'all may have felt like y'all were being attacked. But I'm saying is that everybody that was speaking kind of had the same thought process in a moment. I just wanted to give a different a view of what I think it was missing from the conversation. But I know how old I am. Whoever said that in the comment, I'm not insulted by anything that's going on in the chat. Y'all keep going. Go ahead, Upper.
Now, it's some Holly supporters in the chat. Y'all come on up here and help D Ham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and yeah, the person that said, "Please, can we all just get along?" We are all getting along. Just because we're not agreeing doesn't mean that we're not getting along.
no, I don't think.
Because we all know,
I think they're talking to
we.
the chat.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they're talking to the chat. They're not talking to us. But so let's move on, y'all, please.
Okay.
So the next thing go over, okay, when talking about this case, because it's so much to go over, we have to be careful with how much time we spend on one subject. So I do want to get in this though. Self-defense in Illinois. Okay. Let's talk about self-defense laws here in Illinois, because as we know, they vary state to state. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe there's more stand your ground states in the United States of America than it is retreat states. Illinois is neither. And I know that can sound a little confusing, but let me explain before I continue on to read, okay? I haven't even read this yet, but I have done research, but I just pulled this article up. What I want to say is that can somebody mute, because I can hear my echo. I don't know if everybody's muted or
Okay, I'm
not.
on mute.
I think that's a TV. Upper.
I'm on mute.
Okay. And then as far as the people that's coming up in the back, I can see you guys, but if I don't recognize your name, you'll have to turn your camera on, and then I'll let you up and you can turn it off. What I want to say about the laws here in Illinois is a lot of people, a lot of states, again, like I said, are either stand your ground or duty to retreat states. Now, I oftentimes will refer to Illinois as a duty to retreat state, and it's a reason that I do that. So I do that because even though it's not written in stone and written in doctrine that this is a duty to retreat state, the state of Illinois is a little strange, as they are simply a state that is a castle doctrine state, meaning that you are legally allowed to stand your ground in a private dwelling or in your home. Okay, so that gives the implication that in public places where there are spaces to retreat, that you would be expected to do so. Now, does everybody understand that? Can we move on to the actual text, or does anybody have any questions? Let me I see somebody back there. I think this is Real T. I've been trying to let you up for the longest. I don't understand what's happening.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I hear you now. I hear you, because I've let you up like 3-4 times probably, and it's a couple people I did. That's why I'm thinking, is it it may be a limit to how many people I can have up. Magnificent One, I see you in the background as well, but I don't recognize your name. That's why I haven't let you up. So if you could turn your camera on so I can see that you're like, legit, then I'll let you up. I'm
Upper,
gonna let you.
they I didn't mean to cut you off. Magnificent. Um, that I think it's anyway. But they've been on Miss panel like twice that I know of. With the
Okay.
I just wanted to say that. So I
Oh,
don't know what they kind of like neutral,
okay.
but are a real person.
Okay, cool. I let them up. I did want to read this article though before I let anybody else go any further, if that's okay.
Hold on
Um,
1 second. I only see 4 people, so we gonna drop. We could come
no,
back
you
up.
can.
Let's listen.
Okay.
What?
I
What?
was, I was gonna say you probably only can see
Okay,
four
I see
people.
them all now. I see them.
Yeah, because I had that up.
Okay.
So let me. Okay, so let me see. But when I pull it to share the screen, it's only gonna show a certain amount. So let me read this. So self-defense statutes are some of the most debated laws. I ain't gonna read that part. Illinois law states that you may defend yourself if you think you have a reasonable belief of imminent harm. Threat must be immediate. You cannot defend yourself against a threat that might happen in the future. To claim a justifiable use of force, you must also show the use of force was proportionate to the force used against you. Use of a deadly force is only permitted if you fear imminent death, serious bodily harm, or to prevent the commission of a forcible felony. You must be in a place you are legally allowed to be, performing a lawful act. Self-defense situations do not apply to lawful arrest by law enforcement. Illinois does not require you to retreat unless you were the initial aggressor, People versus McGraw, in a self-defense claim. It must be clear that you had no choice but to use force against your attacker. Castle Doctrine. Illinois' version of the Castle Doctrine lets you defend yourself inside your residence without having to retreat. Use of a deadly force or force likely to use great bodily harm is lawful when either you reasonably believe the intruder plans to commit a violent crime in the building, the intruder enters in a violent or tumultuous manner. Unlike many states, Illinois has not expanded the Castro Doctrine to apply to other locations, such as businesses or vehicle. Anybody want to weigh in?
I think you just said something upper in that, and it said that you're not allowed to be the initial aggressor. In that, if
Correct.
that's the case, and the eyewitnesses say that this was just a cold blooded I'm trying to not use certain words, but this just a cold blooded whatever, and that should pan out in the witness statement with the investigation, I believe. But if in fact that's not the case, um, then that's where she possibly didn't have she could exercise the right without having to retreat. But go ahead.
If was not the case.
Um, what I'm saying is if Holly was not the initial aggressor, then she had every right to defend herself, basically.
That's not the only condition.
Okay.
So it's not just her being the initial aggressor. She
But it's
also
also based on her beliefs, right? Her belief system, right? Did she believe that she was in imminent danger, right?
she has correct.
Okay.
She has to
Okay. Go
believe
ahead.
that.
And also to falsify the force code. So that's what I was putting in the chat. So aggravated battery is a forcible felony. And that is somebody saying that they're gonna kill you, they're gonna bust your head open, they're going to um, you know, they're going to smash your face in. That is aggravated battery. And that is under the the laws of and it goes with murder, attempt murder, it goes, and then the last one is aggravated battery. And not a lot of states have aggravated battery. So in New York City, they don't have aggravated battery. But in Chicago, they do.
But do we actually know that her and Romika were fighting?
And I
But
was
what?
gonna.
But I'm not saying that they didn't have to have, the threat was there. So if those words were said, and we won't know this, but if they're on a statement that says so and so said that they was gonna do this, that, and they made an attempt to do it. Say a person lunged at you, saying, "Bitch, I'ma kill you." That is
Okay.
aggravated battery.
So
But
far.
did Romika do that though?
I'm
We don't know
I'm
if she
I'm
did
just
that.
saying that is one of the,
Mm-hmm,
it's
mm-hmm.
it's
Okay.
it's documented that is one of the forcible felonies, that it falls under that code.
So, right.
By her statement.
So,
Okay, I got you.
and I understand
So
that.
like
So,
murder, attempt murder, you know, I can't switch screens because I don't know how to get back, but it's a couple of them, and maybe somebody can put it in because it's a code.
It's law code 720 in Illinois.
Can you? It's a few of them. It's not just that one, but that one is there, and my hunch is that
Huh?
I want you to real T. I
mhm,
need you to explain what you mean by that, because
I
I'm gonna have to. I just want to say this. Hold on.
mhm.
I want to say that in the state of Illinois, me saying that I'm going to bash your head in does not give you the right to shoot me.
What I'm saying to you is it falls under the code of intimate threat. So if someone says that, and I'm not going to use this case as an example, but say me and you is outside in the street, right? I don't know you, you don't know me, right? And I walk up to you and I say, I got both my hands in my pocket, but then I take my hand out my pocket and I lunge at you and I say, bitch, I'ma kill you. And then you turn around and you shoot me.
Well, that makes the situation different than the
But
Yeah.
but
situation.
I'm
Totally
But
just
let me.
different.
telling you, that, but that under that intimate threat,
It's not an it's not.
Now
Hold
that's
on.
an
Hold on. Hold on. It's not in imminent threat.
in,
It's imminent danger, because somebody can
okay,
threaten
same
you.
thing.
No,
Intimate
no, 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 no,
danger.
no. It's not the same thing.
They
An
have to
imminent threat. Imminent. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you go, but I just want to clear that up. An imminent threat is when someone threatens you in the moment.
but
Imminent danger is when the action occurs.
but what I'm telling you is if you look under the codes, that falls under it. And aggravated battery is when somebody tells you that they're going to do some bodily harm to you.
Look at
I
it
don't
real
know what
quick, okay?
happened.
did she say that day? Or are you
So,
talking about per
well,
the
I think
TPO?
she's saying that Holly, she was in imminent
Or
danger. You can stop me
insulting
when
or
I'm wrong,
provoking
real T,
nature
because I
with an
I go
individual.
ahead. Go ahead. Okay.
Hmm?
I think that what
Or
real
insulting. So it says physical contact of an insulting or provoking nature with the individual. So under that, and you go into more aggravated. So when you put aggravated battery in it, not just battery, it is somebody provoking, saying something that they're gonna do. So if a bum walked up to you and say they gonna kill you, you don't know this bum, this or a creepy man. I'm just using that for example. Walks up to you, you know what I mean, and you defend yourself. He would be charged with aggravated battery because
Can I?
he do. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can I say
Hmm.
something? I have to say this
Go ahead.
because I hear you and I'm listening and I'm trying to get what you're saying, but let me say this.
Hmm.
Imminent danger does not mean what I text you yesterday. It does not mean what I text you last month. It does not mean what I called somebody's phone and said last month.
But they
It
were
means
face to face. They were face to face.
right, but nobody, but
But she
So
listen, hold
said
on, hold
that.
on.
ho-
But nobody came and said those words. And nobody said, they said that she was initially arguing and fighting or, whatever with Carlos.
but we don't
But
have no witness to say what the argument was even about. They can't even give you a play by play or even a half a play. All they could say is she said she
but
dropped off her son. I
but
dropped my son off to school. Nobody can tell you how the argument even started.
right, but listen, they can't tell you what she
Let
said.
me ask you a
But
question, Creature. Creature,
mm-hmm.
let me ask you a question about that. Um, when I that witness, right, the Hispanic witness. Now, maybe y'all I'm wrong, but she gave three different versions of what she
Wait,
thinks
Mhm.
she
I'm finna
saw and
say
heard
something
when it came down. Just hold on.
because I'm
Let
gonna
me. Cause
lose
I want
it.
you to me, and I'm gonna
Go
shut
Why
up.
you
ahead.
You
going
already know I'm not
why you
talking that
gonna
much.
lose it?
I'm no, I'm gonna lose my train of thought that I was
Hold
saying to
on.
you.
Oh.
But go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, what I'm saying is one of her one that came out her mouth as well was that her and her baby a calm conversation. Did you ever hear her say that?
I don't
No.
remember saying that
No, never
they were
said
calm
that.
at all.
Nobody
Uh-uh.
can
She never said.
nobody none of the witnesses
I heard her
can say
say that.
how they say they was there from the beginning, right? But they cannot
No,
say,
she didn't
they
say
can't
that.
even
She didn't
say
say that.
that they
Wait, hold
see.
on, because this is what I was
She said
answering
she
to.
was there from
Wait,
the
Ebony,
beginning.
Ebony, don't
Hold
cut her
on.
off.
Okay.
Don't
Everybody
cut
got
her
to
off.
speak one at a time, please.
Yeah, don't cut her off, Eb.
So
All
everybody
right, I'm gonna
feel
be quiet.
no
No,
wait.
go ahead, Real TV.
I need everybody to feel like they're what they want to say is they're being able to say it. So Real T, go ahead and finish what you were
Yeah.
saying.
What I'm saying is there is no witness that can say they seen Romika pull up. How did she get out the car calm? Did she get out the car yelling? Did she hop out the car? Did she slam the door when she got out the car? Did she still keep the car running?
Dang, she went out.
Mm.
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Okay, we
Yeah.
can hear you now.
I was saying there's witnesses, right? But there is no witness to say how it began. Did Romika jump out the car? Did Romika slam the car door after when she got it? Did she leave the car door open? Was she on the phone when she got out the car? Did she get out the car and greet
I
her
got you.
baby father? Um, what was the conversation that was had? How did it start calm or they just started arguing right away? Nobody can recant any part of that.
Okay, good point, right? That is a great
Mhm.
point. Now let me say this though. But what they can say is if they say they was there from the beginning, they can say that she was fighting with her baby's father. And they can say that they heard Holly say she was gonna go get a gun.
Right. And I
So
get that, but if a child takes medication, right? I'm gonna just use this because it's drastic. A child takes medication, overdoses in a house, right? They gonna want to know what the parent was doing before the child and after. They not gonna just want that you just gonna say, oh, the child overdosed. Oh, no, they want details. If
right,
you
but
say that you
listen,
was watching this child, then how did you not see this child take this medication? What was you doing? You get what I'm trying to say? So witness it too.
I
They don't just write statements.
I
Well,
understand, right? But that is kind of unfortunate that nobody spoke against something that Romika did, but they were able to tell what the unaliver did. That's unfortunate,
mhm.
but they have details, so we can't take them away.
Hello, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
don't think so because they said that the gun was pulled out. Some people say that the gun was on top of the car. Some people say she went around the car and went to the passenger side and took the gun out the car. We got a whole many theories of
Rick,
Hello, can
how
y'all hear me?
she got that car.
yeah,
I mean that gun.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I think that both Real T and Creation made good points. This is I do want to give Magnificent One a chance to speak.
Okay.
How are you?
Hi, how you doing? Thank you for letting me on the panel.
No
And
problem. Thank you.
thank you. The other little girl, she remember who I was, so thanks for letting her know. I don't know her
Oh
name.
yeah. Um, Ebony, you was on
Ebony.
the panel with D, and you was
Yeah,
on Queen Step panel one
yeah,
time too.
yeah. Yeah, and like I said,
Sorry
I'm
for cutting you off. Real Talk
uh
TV.
It's okay.
Okay.
yeah, this is my opinion on it. I mean, I think it's kind of self-explanatory. Romika was, I guess, the typical girl that was crazy over her boyfriend. Every time she would see him, she would argue. I mean, there's videos, actually videos out there with her, walking up to him saying, "If I see another B, I'm a drag her," and all that. So yeah, I do think she was the aggressor. I feel my heart goes out to the little boy. She should have thought about her little boy before she put a man first. I think because it wasn't worth it. I think she was fighting with the girl because the girl did have a restraining order. They proved that she had that restraining order, and they don't just give them out. It had to be proof for her harassing that girl or trying to do something to her because the judge granted that. And probably that typical day, she probably saw her and said she was gonna fight her because he was holding her. Why else?
Wait a
Why
minute.
else would he?
Hold on, Magnificent. I really don't mean to cut you off, but let me just say
Hmm.
this because I gave a list of rules or guidelines. I don't want to say rules. I gave some guidelines before I I started, and then I don't mind you giving your what you think may have happened, but
Hmm.
I do want it to be based on some sort of fact. Like Real TV, Real T, she is basically in support of Holly.
Hmm.
Another woman was up here also in support of Holly. So I'm not trying to stop you from talking because of what you're saying, but I just want to make sure that it is based on something because you're like, I think she wanted to. So I just want to make sure that you have your opinion is somewhat based on some facts of the case. So have you been following it?
Well, I've been following it. It's a fact that she has a restraining order on her.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah, there's a restraining order. I'm not
Well,
saying
now,
nothing that's not
Magnificent.
now,
factual.
now the
Can I?
reason why I
Oh,
stopped you is because yes, we know she does have a restraining order on her.
Hmm.
But what I wanted the reason I stopped you is because we don't know. Just I want to say a lot of people are using that she had a restraining order against her as if that gave Holly the go ahead or legal right to kill her. So I
I
want to
never
make
said
sure,
that.
right, but I want to
No.
make sure that is not that I want to make sure that is not what anybody is going to be thinking
Can I
because
chime in real
No,
quick?
we're talking
no.
about the day of the incident, right?
Can I chime in real quick
Mhm.
though?
Hold on one
And,
second.
and,
Yeah, go ahead, Real T.
you know, I know that you guys get kind of upset, about the restraining order because a lot of times it was saying she wasn't properly served and nobody wants to really go deep into it. But it being a law document, we having the transcript to say that she asked to obtain a lawyer and she
Mhm.
picked the date out to go to court. That speaks a lot. And then she
It
didn't show.
does.
Now, however, whatever reason she didn't go, we don't know. She's not here anymore. But that was also her opportunity to come and say, this woman was stalking me as well. This woman did A, B, and C to me. And she didn't take that opportunity. Now, for whatever reason, again, we
Right.
don't know.
We
But
don't know.
she had that opportunity to do that.
Right.
And so we
Right.
can't,
We
I
can't
get
ignore
it.
that.
Right. We cannot
I don't, I
ignore
don't,
that.
I don't think that this is the thing. I don't think that it's being ignored because I
Okay.
definitely don't ignore it. I
Okay.
acknowledge that. I acknowledge that it's there,
Mm-hmm.
but I also acknowledge the fact that you can get a restraining order and you can go into the courtroom or to the court building and you can get that piece of paper to request your restraining order and you can put what you want to put on there. That's why
Again,
Right.
again, but then she had the opportunity.
I
We
understand,
heard the
but then
trans.
We
So
know that.
but
hold
then
on.
when
What?
you but then when you also say, but we don't know why she didn't come, we don't know.
Right, but then this is she got shot July, August, September. She got shot almost 2 months after that thing. So she didn't call the courthouse. She didn't. So there was no. You get what I'm trying to say? There was things that could have been done in the process. And bringing her proof that, okay, if she couldn't make it for whatever reason, it was an emergency or whatever, there could have been another emergency hearing put on the calendar if there was valid proof.
Well, the
Yeah.
question that I have for you guys is,
Hmm.
this is the question I have for you. What does her having a restraining order have to do with whether or not during that incident when she shot and killed her that
And are you?
she felt that her life was in imminent danger or that she was going to be killed by Romika? Because that's the
And
only reason you can kill someone in Illinois
and
legally.
I can't answer that, and you might not like my answer. That is so no none of us is above the law, right? And if the law say that you're supposed to stay 1,000 feet away from somebody, it doesn't matter if that person walked up to you, like walked past you. I'm sorry, not walked up to you, but walked past you. If you're in a grocery store and you're food shopping, and that person happened to walk into the grocery store, you need to leave. That's the law. You are supposed to be 1,000 feet away from a person.
The law also says, I'm sorry, Real T, but the law also doesn't say anything about you being able to kill someone because you have a restraining
We're not,
order.
but we're
There
not
are
doing that.
there the law, but hold
I'm
on,
not
but hold on.
saying that.
We're
There
not
are
saying
laws,
that.
but hold on, because you said that nobody is above the law, so that's true. So if you see someone within 1,000 feet of you and you have a restraining order on them, now there are rules that you have to follow based on that restraining order. Now you're expected to call the proper authorities. Now you're
Yep.
expected not to engage in arguments.
No,
Correct?
what do you mean? So you're not supposed to be able to defend yourself because you
I
got an
didn't
order
say
of protection? Hold
no.
on,
I didn't say that you couldn't defend yourself.
that's
I
what you're
said
saying. Somebody say something to you, you're supposed to be quiet and just wait for the police to come.
that's not what I said. What I said
Basically,
was no. What? Wait. No. There's no basically. I only said one thing. And what I said was, if you see someone
mm-hmm,
that's within 1,000 feet of you and they're not
mm-hmm,
supposed to be, you're
mm-hmm.
supposed to call the police. You're supposed to call that because you just said nobody's above the law. So if you're not above the law, then you don't take the law into your own hand and pull out a gun like you're in the wild, wild west and shoot somebody because they're within 1,000 feet of you.
But
It don't work
Yeah,
like
I mean
yeah, but if
that's your
she was trying to
opinion.
fight her, if she was
That
trying to fight her,
Magnificent. Magnificent.
hmm,
but that's your
Can,
yeah,
can I,
opinion that she pulled out the gun and shot it at the Wild Wild West. That's
yes.
Magnificent,
Go ahead.
but can I ask Magnificent a question?
Hmm. Yeah.
Magnificent. Okay, so since you came in about the TPO, now you know when she tried to get the first one, she was denied, right? Did you
No, I
know
don't.
that?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, so then I can ask you,
I knew
why do you
though.
think she was
I know that
denied? Why was she denied? Real talk.
Out here, real talk, T, real T.
No, I can't hear her.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you, Ebony, but I can't hear real talk.
Oh no, I can't hear her either.
She might have
Even
lost
though
her signal or something.
is it real
I'm coming.
talk or real
It's
It's
real,
real
TV?
real
TTV
T.
Okay, real T. Real T. What was the reason that they denied her the first
because the
time?
judge did not feel like there was enough evidence at that time.
Oh,
Oh,
so she,
so
mm.
okay. Here's my second question
Mm-hmm.
because this is what I was told. I'm not sure. So is it the first place that she went? Was 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 it the first place and tried to get it and was denied, was in her city or county or something, and then she went to another county and that to get one.
I'm not
Where was it that she got? Okay, so I put what county or city was the one that she got denied in?
I'm not sure because I'm not looking at the document, but I do have the
Because but it was two different cities or something.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But
But
a lot of times
I
even
think
hold on.
that plays that's I'll answer that because I think that's like very important. So she went to one city, tried to get it, they denied her. So then she goes to another city and get one, and then they approve her, and then 3 months later, Romika is gone.
But a lot of times when you go to apply for order protection, you don't get it right away, but you do get a hearing to come.
Well,
You usually
A
well,
do get it right
petition. You can
away.
put in a petition, but it doesn't mean it have to be granted. And then you can come and they have a hearing to provide the evidence.
Yes, and also sometimes when people do that, because
Mm-hmm.
we've been in a saga where it's happened before, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Hmm.
oftentimes too, when people do that, they do it because they feel like, okay, fuck that county. That county ain't shit. They ain't giving me what I need. I'm gonna go to the next county and get what I need. And then they
Hmm.
add more shit to make the person look worse.
Bingo.
you gotta have
But
That's
listen,
proof.
right.
You
it was a
can't just
part.
add it.
But
It was.
see, here's the thing though. Let me just tell you something about that proof. That proof don't have to be proven. It could just look like it's the proof. And it's
Like
gonna
what?
really
Hmm.
proof if the other person don't it,
What
it
could?
doesn't have it can be made up. Believe me what I say, baby.
No, a lot of it could
Yeah.
be made up. It was a time and it was an era where when Section 8 came out, everybody was running and going to get order protection so they could get Section 8 at that time. So yeah, what you're stating
What?
is true. Yeah, it was a time when they was just giving people that had domestic violence Section 8.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And
I
people were
thought you were
going
making that
and
proof.
making
That
fake
now
police reports.
that is
See,
true.
that
Now,
gives
I
you a
know because I have
prime
family. I don't know
example.
if you're talking
I
about.
got I know a couple people
I
and they
don't
was
know if
getting
you're
fake
talking.
reports,
I don't know if you're
making up
talking
fake names. And they was going and they was getting Section 8. So now, just using this for example, you gotta really press charges. They making it hard. They made it harder because they was just giving it away. All you had to do have was a police report and do a petition for order protection. Boom, take that to the Section 8 office. You got Section 8.
Yeah, but allegedly she had text messages where she was being threatened and everything. That's why she showed the judge that, and that's why they granted it because she had
It came from a
voicemails and
text
text
now,
messages.
though, right? Magnificent.
Hmm?
You know, that was from a text now, though,
But not
right?
all of them
Yes.
was from a text now. And she threatened the mother, hypothetically, allegedly.
how do we know that not all of them wasn't from a text now? Because that's all I've heard was that they were from text now.
Yeah, it says text now,
Because
and
on the
but
or on the thing it says she called me directly and from an unknown number.
we don't know. She didn't show any proof with
But
that
I'm just
though.
telling you what's on the legal document.
Oh yeah,
She
it
may
just
not have
all
showed
it does
us,
is
but
she just said.
Does anybody know
So
who T Smith is? No.
I don't. But I
Is it
think
is
they
that
T
actually
Trina?
let
Smith?
them up earlier. That might be Trina. I
Is
don't
it
know.
That might be Trina.
Let me see.
is it T Smith?
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Upper.
Yeah, is this T Smith?
It is. I'm on Miss D's panel
Yeah,
all the time.
I know who
I
that
know it was
is.
Oh,
something.
okay. Hey, welcome
Okay.
up.
I had
So
my
go ahead.
camera on, but it I turned it off and then it wouldn't come back on.
Oh, it's okay. Welcome up.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. I just want to so you guys are talking about the restraining order right now. So but we only have a little bit of time for each topic. You know what I mean? So I hate to. I'm gonna let you guys finish up on that, and then we're gonna go back to what Real T was talking about, but as far as the aggravated battery, but I do want T Smith to weigh in since she just got up here. I want to give her a chance to say something.
Here's what I wanted to say about the restraining order. First, she got it by default, which means she didn't have to show proof for everything that she claimed to have. Secondly, with we know that she's very calculated. She kept all the text messages apparently. She said that she had an app that could prove who was calling her and whatnot. So for somebody that is that calculating, she knows that, and we all know that a school zone is 1,000 feet. That school zone is in Carlos's neighborhood. That post office is 1,000 feet. She could have parked past that post office and she would have been outside that 1,000 feet zone and she would not have had any confrontation or collision with Romika if she was that scared. Now, that is just for someone that
But
did not want to have a confrontation with somebody. And also, a per Q, he was saying up until July, anytime she might run into Romika, she was constantly hiding. So if we know that he was always trying to not get into confrontation with Romika, we know that she would have tried to seek a hiding place. And a hiding place would not have been to park where she knows she's going to run into her, which is across the street from her school. Just
why
saying.
she got to keep hiding from this woman? If you know that makes no sense. Why she got to
let,
keep
let
hiding?
me say let me say this
I say the same
magnificent one.
thing.
Let me say this magnificent one. And to anybody wondering about that, why does she have to keep hiding? I don't think that I think that there's a difference between hiding and not purposely placing yourself in a situation to do what it is that you want to do. So you don't have to hide, but you also don't have to go out of your way to place yourself in a situation that you say that you're afraid of someone in. If I know
You
that, hold on, let me finish because I gave this example the other day. Now, if I'm afraid of someone, and typically before I got a restraining order against them, I always go to this grocery store that they work at, or I go to the gym across the street from where they live. I am going to change my routine if I say that I'm afraid of this person. I'm not gonna continue to go to the same gym of a person that I told the courts that I'm afraid of. I don't have to go to the same gym. There's other gyms.
okay?
I
But
don't
that's not.
Okay,
I
but
don't
can I?
have to
Okay, I want.
I
Go ahead.
get
I'm
your
gonna
I don't
point,
reply when you're done. I want to reply to her when she's done. Go ahead.
and me too.
okay, so let me finish and then I'll let you guys talk like I've been doing it. I don't want I will change some things up. There were, in my opinion, other options that Holly could have taken. I don't believe that Holly had to park right there. I don't believe that there were other arrangements that could have been made for Carlos to be around his. Why would I want to bring my infant child somewhere that I believe this crazed woman is around in this area that may do something to me? If you're so scared, you're not going to place yourself in a situation around the person that you're afraid of. You got to make it make sense because see, if something doesn't make sense, regardless of who you support, I will respect it more if you just say at least that doesn't make sense because everything doesn't make sense on both party
It,
sides.
it makes sense
On
to
both
me.
party sides.
You okay? So I want to reply to that. You said she should have went out of her way to avoid this woman. If she's the one being stalked,
She
we
went
live in a
out of her way. She went out of her way to go get a police restraining order. As a matter of fact, she worked really hard to get that restraining
okay,
order.
but let me just reply. Let
Why
me
would
just
you work that? Hold on. Why would you work that hard to get a restraining order only to turn around and place yourself in the same vicinity of the woman that you worked for months to get a restraining order against?
okay, so let me reply to you. That's the reason for the restraining order, so you can go about as your normal life because you want this person to leave you alone. We live in America. We don't have to hide from anyone. If I had a crazy person behind, like trying to do something to me, and I had a girlfriend, and it was her ex-boyfriend, I would be tired. Why do I have to drive around the block just to be in peace from this deranged person? No, I'm gonna go get a restraining order, and whatever happens, happens. I'm gonna do what I gotta do to protect myself because I'm a grown person. I don't have to hide. That's ridiculous. And just because she didn't have a weapon, or you said she wasn't in intimate danger or whatever, she was in intimate danger because when she got out that car and allegedly charged at her, who's to say she wasn't going to kill her? I know people that have been in fist fights that killed people from just fighting. You don't need a knife or gun or anything to kill people. You can get knocked out, hit your head on the sidewalk, and die. So yeah, she was in danger. And if she wanted to go about her normal life, she had every right to. You don't have to hide from anybody.
But
You
you know
want to
what?
live in peace.
Okay, can I?
Magnificent. You know what, Magnificent One, as good as that sounds, in the state of Illinois, a fight
I'm
does not.
just telling the truth.
Okay, I
Okay,
understand. No, wait,
can
wait,
I?
hold on. That sounds good, but in the state of Illinois, a fist fight does not constitute as imminent danger.
But what if she get killed? And you can get killed in a fist fight.
You can get killed in a car wreck.
Yeah, you can. But I'm just saying, your fists could be registered. People register their fists as deadly weapons, so that you can get killed in a fight, a regular fight. So that is danger. And
One punch to the
anybody can
dome.
look. Yeah, anybody can look at Holly and see she was a punk. She can't fight nothing. She was scared to death.
Can
She
I
was
ask a
scared.
So
question?
can I chime in?
Well,
I'm
let go,
next.
Though.
I'm next
Yeah,
after this.
go
Okay.
ahead.
So there are people that get order protections that live in the same building. Okay. So you telling me that I shouldn't go home. I shouldn't go on my, I'm just using this as an example. I shouldn't go in my apartment because this person down the hall, I'm scared of her. So I should go stay in somebody else's house. Matter of fact, I should move out because
Right.
I'm scared.
No, that's not how it works. They would make her move out though,
No,
because
there
I
are people that have order protections. They don't make nobody move. You
oh,
just, when you see,
that might be in the state of New York, because in the state of Illinois, I've seen where somebody just simply wants you out of their house, so they go get an order of protection so that you have to leave.
no, but I'm talking about you living in a tenement building and you got the fighting with that person, your neighbor. Y'all still live there, but y'all
Can I
have
give
to stay away from each other.
Can I give her an example?
So
Right.
I'm
But
not,
is this the same situation as purposely pulling up to a school?
I'm
Is it
But
we
saying
gonna
if
be
you're
like,
saying if somebody is scared
can I
and they
chime
get,
in? Can I chime in
oh
here?
my
So
goodness.
order of protections
They
are
ain't even
really,
let you
but
talk.
no, I understand what she's saying,
Because
but
I'm not done.
but
Okay.
order of protections are really specific. So
mm,
like you're given a specific example about the building, they would be very specific in distance. So that person may not be allowed to enter onto that floor that that person is on,
Into
or
this
if they're
building
like
at the same time. So if you
it,
see that person going in the building, you have to wait. Yeah, like
correct.
I get it.
So it would be, yeah, it's very specific is
But I
all
was
I'm
using that
tacking
as an
on to you.
example as for a person getting an order protection and being scared, they should not have to duck and dodge. They should not have to
Alter their
not
life.
go places because that's not why people get an order protection. They don't get an order protection to rearrange their life. They get an order protection so that that person that is harassing them, stalking them, will hopefully get an inkling or and stop doing it.
But let's be fair about that, because Holly did not provide all the information to have the order
It,
set up properly. She
how would
did not
it
provide,
was
but she did not provide the information
it was set
about
up properly. It
Los's.
was a
It was
stalking
not,
order.
it was
It
a
was told
stalking
her to
order,
stay a
but
thousand feet away. That
it
was
was not,
properly
because
set
had
up.
that's not
Now,
proper,
however she got it,
it's not properly, because had she told a judge where Los stays, how often she goes over there, where the
how do
little
you
boy's
know she
school is,
didn't? How do you know?
she
The
did, because it's not
addresses,
in the order.
no,
Los's
what
address
happens
is
is
nowhere in the order.
the addresses are redacted. They're redacted.
Los's
The
address is nowhere
addresses,
in the order, because
you don't know that.
if
You
she
don't
had
know
told him
that.
where Los's address is
You
and where the little boy goes to school, it's no the
you
way
don't,
they would
it's
put a
not about where
thousand
the
feet
little boy
within
goes to school. I'm gonna tell you
the
why
li-
Los's
okay.
address was in it. Hold on, I'm gonna give you an example of why Los's address was there. You know why Los's address was there? Because they got a child in common, right? So that little boy, Holly's son, goes over to his house. So that is considered co-parenting. And so that's why that child is on that order. That address is
Yeah.
redacted, and I almost put my life on it. That man address is there. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Now, whether they saying it or not, that's a whole different story because they're gonna protect.
So basically, we don't know.
No, we don't. Who I'm not gonna say. Yeah, we can leave it at we don't know. But I'm just telling you that I almost put my life on it. Okay.
I just got a quick question and a statement as well, because I feel like if there's a man and a woman against another woman, why is there a gun necessary? Because me personally, I don't feel like there's, and I'm not taking anything from any kind of woman or anything else, but if I'm into it with a female and my wife is at that scene and she knows I used to deal with this female, there's no reason that a gun has to be involved in play. Like,
So then another
I
thing
see
is
what you
crazy
yeah.
to me. I noticed,
oh,
and that's why
magnificent.
I say the address is there because they put on it on the police report that Los's address. They put that on that police report for a reason because that's one of the addresses that's on that protection order, that stalking order.
I only saw her residence
Only her
on
residence
there.
was listed on there. It
Only
definitely
her
was.
residence is listed on there,
The address was redacted.
It was redacted,
but
but
it's only one
it was
address.
listed. It says her
Yeah,
address. It says stay away from Holly's
her
No,
residence.
residence.
it just says
Yeah.
stay away from her residence. But what if she put Los's residence as her residence? I'm just using this hypothetically. It don't have an address there because the witness, because the
I
petitioner.
mean, is she lying then? Because that's not her
Oh,
residence.
I'm just saying
Yeah.
they
So
protect.
then the documents will
It's
be false.
redacted, and they're not going to put the address that she put down because to protect her from a person who is stalking her. Why would they put an address down?
Usually they
No,
do.
No, they
no, I
don't.
agree. No,
If
no,
you
they do not put an
if
address
you
on there.
request no, if you request, or even sometimes they do it just because to protect the people,
Yeah, they
especially
won't
with
tell you.
domestic violence.
That's correct. They will not tell you what address to stay away from, but it will say her residence.
Right.
And you
Yeah.
may not even know what residence it is. I'm not discounting that, but that doesn't it doesn't change the facts of the matter. It's 1,000 feet. If the order was 1,000 feet and somebody's son goes to school within that 1,000 feet, that's not going to make sense. A judge would never do that. I've seen
Well,
this a million times.
you
But I'm
just
gonna
made
tell
a
you
good
another
point
thing
anyway,
too.
though. Can I say this?
Why
Go
would she
ahead.
put
Can I say
herself
this
within
though?
1,000 feet of the
Let me
school?
say this.
Yes.
Number one, who knew that they lived together? That she was supposedly lived in a whole nother.
They don't live together, Creature.
Right.
She
So
lied.
But
exactly.
nobody,
So
nobody confirmed or denied it. Nobody
wait a
confirmed or
minute though.
Oh,
denied it.
yes, it has been
But
confirmed and
here's
Nobody,
my
denied.
the people that live there have not
Oh,
confirmed or denied it.
I listen to this though. What
oh,
I'm saying is all she knew is that that's where he lived, not where they lived.
And I'm gonna tell you another thing. When they're making police reports, most of the time, sometimes 90% of the time, when you're given a statement, they allow you to read the statement to make sure that this is what you said. So when that paper was given in front of Carlos that this is what was said and da 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 da, he co-signed it.
But
co-signed that
he's
he
a
lived
liar.
at White Castle.
But I'm just saying, if he say the girl lived there, then the girl lived there. I'm just saying hypothetically
No,
because
but
this
they
is all
also said
allegedly.
that they live at White Castle. They also said that. You don't think he
But can
should have
I
known
say
his
one thing
address
real
and
quick?
and known that his address wasn't White
Go
Castle?
ahead.
I'm I'm
Okay, now
sorry, Ebony. I'm so sorry, Ebony. I apologize.
Huh?
I apologize for interrupting. I just need to say one thing. If
Go
anybody on
ahead.
this panel has a child with another man, I'm talking to the female, I dare you, I uh dare you, charge you to go right now or tomorrow, Monday, to get a protection order and try to put that baby's father on there and knowing that the judge know that y'all have a child in common and they put his address and y'all don't live together. If y'all live together, that's different. If y'all don't live together, that judge would not approve that. I know that for a fact because
But I had an order protection. Listen, I had an order
my
protection.
daughter who has a child with a man was in the same situation. That judge would not put his address on that order.
I
It's
had
a
a
law in Illinois. I don't know what that law is,
okay.
but they will not do it.
I had an order protection on
Were you in
a baby
Illinois?
of a. I'm just using this as
I'm
I
just
had an
saying in
order protection.
Illinois. We talking about Illinois.
You said no judge.
She's
I
What?
said
talking about in this.
Illinois.
We're talking about in the state of Illinois, though.
Illinois.
Realty, because this happened.
Okay, I went to court with somebody, right? That had an order protection on somebody, right? The other baby mother. When the judge asked her, did the baby father live with her? She said yes. They didn't ask for a lease. They didn't ask for rent stubs that they paid the rent. The judge just asked the question.
Okay, we talking about truth, factual. That's what I said.
I'm
If you're
talking
telling
about
us the truth
truth.
here, okay, but
Truth.
you said, okay, she said yes, but she didn't ask for it. But we again talking about Illinois.
So
In
all somebody
Illinois,
have
they
to
would
say,
not grant that. But
if the
if
person is in
they can
court and
lie all
saying
day
that
long and say that they're doing that, but if a judge signs that order in Illinois and did not prove that that person lives together, they live
a
together,
person can write you a letter and say
they
that you live with them. So I don't understand what you're saying. I could write you a letter and say that you live with me.
But the document
we
is a
talking
whole
about
lie
legal.
because they
Come on
don't
now.
live
That
count.
is legal. I can write a letter and say that this you live
I'm talking
with
about
your child in
legalities
a
here. I'm
school.
talking about legalities. If you
Put them on.
cannot provide a piece of mail with your name and address on it as you live in that residence, you
You
don't
can have
live
a
there.
different mailing address. You can have you could have a physical residence and you can have a mailing address. So
Come on,
what are you
Realty.
saying?
Let's come on, come on.
Okay.
What?
Let,
You
I'm
can't live
being
at White
honest. This
Castle.
what are y'all
We're not
talking
I don't care
about?
what
You
okay.
nobody
can
say.
do
You
that.
can't live at
I'm
White
gonna
Castle.
Okay,
drop
so
that down
I'm
upward.
being
We're not talking in
honest.
fact. We're not
no,
okay,
talking
no,
in
so
no.
wait a
fact.
minute.
I'm just saying
You
So
go
real
to
I'm
the
tea.
gonna
doctor,
agree.
you go to the doctor, they
Wait a
ask
minute.
you, do you have a separate mailing address or you
Because
got
at
a
So
this point,
physical address
so
and you got a mailing
listen,
address?
listen.
That's
They
true
could
If
be
because
I
two
I got
different
that.
things.
damn, so I
Are y'all
understand.
Crease.
I
saying?
understand. I understand what Rich saying, and I understand what Realty TV saying. I understand a little bit of both, right? But Rich is more on the legal side. She's like, "Where's the lease? Where's the?" You know what I'm saying? She's there. But I get what you're saying too,
And you could get a
because
notarized
where I
statement saying it too as well.
I'm trying to get there so I can agree with you. So you can I have people that call my job, you know what I'm saying, and they don't want their mail sent to their address. They want it to go to their mom's address because that's the address that they use for their mail. You can do that. I understand that. But when it comes legal, then where is the proof that you live, you know what I'm saying, here?
Crease, can I
And
ask
I
you
just
a
want to
legal
comment on this.
question
I'm not
then, real
talking
quick?
scammer talk because homeless people do it all the time.
Creasha,
Uh-huh.
can I ask you a legal question then,
Ooh,
since you said about the mail?
you might want to get
Can
that
you have
towards
your mail to
Rich, but
White
I'll take a
Castle?
shot.
Can you have your mail sent to White Castle?
Shut up, Ebony. Shut up. Shut
Because
up.
they listed, because everything should be thrown out the window because they use
Castle's
as
address.
their residence.
But
That's it. That's all.
I did want to say this and bring this part up though. I mean, Carlos' name is not even on the lease, so we kind of gotta
Thank
veer away
you.
from that anyway. Just
Okay.
saying.
And that's another thing. That is another thing. You're right about that.
The whole place is in his sister's place
So that means
name.
that it's
So
other
neither
people that
one of them live there
supporting that
legally.
statement. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not talking about the statement. I'm talking about as far as him being able to. All I'm saying is, at the end of the day, there were other options. She had been utilizing other. She could have continued to utilize other options to not antagonize the situation. That is
And
all I'm
vice
And
saying.
I
versa. And
understand
vice
too.
versa.
Right. Okay. So Real TV. I heard you say, was she supposed to just change her whole Now, I'm going to say this. She wasn't supposed to. She didn't have to. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? But let's just be, come on now. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be real. She was under restraint. There was a TPO when she made that video. That was very antagonizing. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm really,
Mhm.
really in fear, I'm not doing those things. And if I
Uh,
am doing those things, we is about to catch our fate when we see each other. It's just that simple.
From what
You
I'm
see,
understanding, though, that video was made months before
I don't
then. So,
care. She had the
And she
restraining
never
order
said her
months.
name.
but what I
She didn't
know
say
is
her
that a
name.
lot of people like to
It
talk.
don't matter,
Hold on. What I
magnificent. You
want to,
know she was talking
Yeah, I
girl.
do know she was, but I'm
Okay,
just
a
saying
lot of
legally she
people,
didn't say her name.
Magnificent
but a
and Real
lot of people,
TTV. Let me ask y'all this real quick.
okay,
So I understand y'all point, and y'all say she don't have to alter her life.
she
That's
don't.
true. She don't have to alter her life.
She
But just
don't.
think about it. We thinking logic. I'm talking logic. 'Cause that's all I talk. Logic. If you are scared of someone, you go out of you go and get a TPO on somebody because you're afraid that they're going to do something to you. You feel like this person is out of their mind. Are you going to really put yourself in the
No.
situation to
Me?
be around them?
You saying me? I'm gonna use this as an example. People scared of water, but they still go close to the lake.
No, I'm
People
saying let's talk
people
logic. We
still
talking
do
about
things.
person to
People
I
person.
don't.
domestic violence. Hold on, domestic violence. Women are scared of their abusers, but they still go around them. Some of them, it causes them their life. They die, even with all the protections in place.
I asked you, with you.
I'm going wherever I want to go.
I'm
Nobody's
going
not
where I
going to
want to
stop me
go.
from going nowhere.
Yeah, this America. We can go where we
Y'all are
want.
not.
She
Okay,
ain't
well,
Yeah, guys, I think
scared.
we
That's
You
not
ain't
can
logical.
y'all
scared.
hear me
Something is
upper?
You not
wrong.
scared.
Yeah.
You not
And maybe I
scared
might
out of
not
your
be logical
mind.
to any of y'all, but my child has a right to see their father, and nobody is going to stop
Nobody
me.
said
No,
That
that.
you
that
asked
because I
me a
never.
question, and I'm telling you why I'm saying it. My child has a right to see his father, and so and bond and have a relationship. And so if I gotta put my life on the line,
Hello.
That to me, that don't that I'm sorry, but I gotta
yeah,
So
interrupt you.
to
parking
me
in a
that
It's
don't
different.
so
that don't
many
make no
other
sense. I would
parking
not
So
lots
allow
you can
when
park
as a
at.
hold
mother,
on.
as a mother, I would not put my child in that type of danger at
But
all because
here was
But
I don't
that's
know
just
what I don't trust nobody else's thought process and what they will and won't do. So I'm going to remove
Exactly.
myself as a mother, especially of a newborn child. I'm not going to
Hand
put my
clap.
child in that type of danger. I don't care what man I have a child with. If he can't come see me, then
I'm
he won't see that
serious.
child.
well.
that's the
Here's
Can you hear
father
my
me
of the
upper?
child. She should be
here.
able to.
Here's my thought process. All I was saying was she could have parked over by the post office on the other side of the little lines because she would have been outside of the 1,000 feet. She would not have run into Romika. She still could have seen Carlos. It would not have been an issue. She would never have run into Romika that Monday morning, and she still would have been able to see Carlos. No problems, no issues. And it would not have changed her life in any kind of way. That's what I'm saying. And so, a
But you,
magnificent, you're
I,
saying it would not have
I could
changed her life
agree.
in any kind of way. It
I could
would
agree
not.
with you with that, but guess what? Everybody don't think like you think. Everybody
That's
don't think
true.
like that.
I understand what the lady. Can you hear me upper? Can you hear me now? Do I sound better?
Yeah.
Okay. So when she says that maybe she should have parked somewhere else, I get what she's saying. Like
I get it too.
I get what she's
but
saying.
y'all still
But
trying to
then that's
tell
gonna
her to.
take away. That's gonna take away from all the other things that everybody's saying. Like, well, she didn't know she was there, and all of that other stuff. We have to be
But everybody
realistic.
don't have this de-escalating skills. They that's a
Yeah, I mean,
learned
Because
trait.
the
And everybody
because
don't
the
have that.
baby gets to he should have be afforded the same opportunity to be in the
yeah,
same surroundings as his both parents, wherever that home
right,
may be. You
Now
get what I'm saying?
yeah.
I
You
could
can't
see
take that
if
away from him. And
Holly went to
regardless of what the address did or did
The
not
grandma's
say, it was
home.
clearly stay away. Stay away means stay away, regardless of where you live at,
I
regardless
could
of what
see
address is on there.
if Holly I could see if Romika and Carlos lived together You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
But he
but
didn't live with neither one of them. So
But
therefore,
Miss White, you
Yes,
you
ma'am.
just said something. Stay away means stay away. A
That's
thousand
right.
feet. That school from his house to that school across the street, even across the street where they was at, is 1,200 feet.
I
I'm
agree.
going
So
So
to.
they
let me tell you
they
my
were
thought
within her
process for that.
vicinity.
I'm sorry.
Can I tell y'all why I got my thought process from that at? When you go into a school zone, right? We were talking back and forth
I
about
apologize.
what the signs meant for the school sign, right? But if you go into a school zone, it'll tell you the speed limit is a certain speed limit, but that speed limit is only during a certain time. Once school is let in, you can go whatever the regular speed limit is. But once this drop off and pickup time, you got to slow down. Same thing for after school. Um, Same thing for non-school hours. Those rules don't apply during the school day at a certain time. And that's kind of what I was saying about why they were out there at that point, because it was kind of fair game once school started, and they would assume that she had went on wherever she was going once she dropped the child off. I can't say that
And,
one way or
and
the other somebody was trying to flag somebody or setting up and waiting, but the fact still remained that school had already taken place. Um, 30 minutes at least later, because a school zone is not a school zone on a Saturday night. You get what I'm saying?
Can I weigh
I
in
want to
really
say
quick?
something.
Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead, Alfred. Let weigh in. She been quiet.
I done ate some chicken and everything. Um, I just want to say that I understand, and again, we do have to move on from this particular topic, but I do want to say that I understand where everybody's coming from regarding the legalities of things and all of the technicalities and all of that. But at the end of the day, regardless of what technicality that you guys are mentioning, whether it's what address was on the restraining order, or what time did she come, did she have to be there, and I get it, but at the end of the day, none of that stuff even matters at this point. The reason
Okay.
I say that, hold on. The
Go
reason I
ahead.
say that is because I understand that's the facts. But the reason that I say that is that the biggest question um of the situation though is, let's just say she did knowingly break the restraining order on purpose. Let's just say that Holly was just sitting there. Let's just say that all of those things are true. Let's get down to the meat and potatoes.
Mm.
Did she have to kill her?
What if shooting her was not killing her was not her intentions?
What is your intention when you shoot someone, real T?
To back them up, to stop them,
Uh,
but
Yeah.
it don't mean to kill them.
If that's the case, you need to get you a taser.
Well, I'm scared of you. If you think that shooting me
Right.
is probably it's just to
I'm
stop
just
me, then
saying
you a
again,
dangerous motherfucker.
everybody
I
if
don't.
you
because
are gonna
I didn't
shoot, you
say
should neutralize the threat. If you do feel like you have to, if you really feel like you're in fear, you know what I'm saying? But you really should be calling them cops first.
don't we ask with police brutality, oh, he didn't have to shoot him like that, he could have just shot him in his leg, he could have just, you get what I'm trying to say? So
But real
what,
T, but they
uh,
trained though. That's the difference. They are trained, right?
and technically we
Hmm.
go through a little training with our thing. It
But
ain't
that ain't nothing. But that,
extent,
I'm
hold
serious. I
on,
mean,
it's
just
not
woman to
extensive.
woman though. That's not extensive. They
But I'm
are
just
really they
saying
trained, and
license
we
is,
we are not. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
didn't
we
say it was
can't put
extensive
that apples
training,
to apples.
I
That's not
said
apples to
training.
apples.
But again, police officers is trained to shoot a gun holding each hand 16 times consecutively. If they don't shoot that gun 16 times, holding it 16 bullets come out, then they can't pass the police academy.
But we'll call it excessive. But that's what they train
I'm
them to
sorry.
do.
I'm sorry. But the question that I'm not talking about the police or none of that.
I
I asked you, and you answered it. But I
Well,
asked you. I asked you, what do you expect to happen when you shoot somebody? You said to stop them.
yeah, to stop them. But I'm saying everybody don't think like me, right? Because
Yeah, it's whatever. If I would had a restraining order and somebody was after me, I'm shooting for whatever happens, happens.
yeah,
I'm not.
that's
If I'm scared, I'm not gonna say, "Oh my God, I can't kill this person." No, I'm
Well,
scared.
I'd
I'm
have
gonna
been to
shoot
jail. I
But
ain't
But
going
but
through
but
that.
you know, okay,
magnificent, but
okay,
that's not
okay.
what real
I'm gonna have
TT
to. I
just
gotta.
said though.
no, that's
I
what
gotta.
I'm saying to you.
I gotta take over the. Hold
It's
on a
not
second. So
necessary to say, oh,
let
I'm just gonna blow this
You
person
ain't,
head
you
off.
ain't
No,
planning to, but you
no.
Okay,
just
you guys,
whatever
hold
happens,
on one
happens.
second. Hold on one second. Okay, because I just got to get this out.
Okay.
I really want it to be clear, and I'm giving everybody a chance to talk, but I really want it to be clear that just because someone broke a restraining order does not mean that you have the legal rights to kill them. Let me finish before somebody jumps in.
Absolutely.
Let me finish before anyone jumps in. You do not have a legal right in the state of Illinois to kill someone because they broke a restraining order. It doesn't matter that you're scared. You cannot kill someone because you're scared. You have to have a reasonable fear
Mm-hmm.
that they're going to kill you. Also, there has to be certain elements that exist within the threat. There has to be proportionality. In
Mm-hmm.
Illinois, I don't care, I don't know about no other state, but in Illinois, you have to meet force with
With
force.
force.
You
So,
hold on. You cannot smack me and I shoot you in the state of Illinois. That's not how it works, no matter what you think should happen, right?
so
That's
why
not
hasn't she
how it
been
works.
charged yet?
She
If
Why
hasn't
has
that's the
she
been
been
case,
arrested?
let
yeah.
me finish what I'm saying. We don't know why she hasn't been charged. I can't answer that for you.
But you
But
just
what
said a
but
person cannot kill.
let
So,
me we there could be a lot of different reasons why she hasn't been charged.
and I'm
There could
at,
be several different aspects to why she hasn't been charged. So that's not something I can answer because I'm not the detective. But I'm telling you that legally, because we're talking about the law, you are not allowed to shoot somebody because you think that they may do something to you because they broke a TPO. That's not that you're not illegally supposed to do that.
but we know that it was
Yeah,
more than just breaking
yeah.
a TPO. We
It
know
was more than
this
that
from the
You
because the
I
911
law.
call. It was more
but we're
than that.
talking about a TPO right now. That's why I referenced that. But I
But
Yeah,
know
but
that I understand that it was more than that. But what I'm trying to tell you, and the reason that I said this is because I just heard what Magnificent once said. Well,
Mhm.
if if I'm scared, I'm gonna do what I got to do. No, it doesn't work that way.
Does
Here's the
what,
not.
to protect
you have to have
yourself?
a you have to have
well,
a wait.
Mhm.
You have to have a
Told you.
reasonable fear that you are
well,
going to be in danger of losing your life or great bodily harm. What we do know is that Miss Holly didn't have a scratch on her. She denied EMS.
Mm.
yeah,
Did
but
she or
how do
did
you
she
know?
did
But
she
could
or
she
But
have
did
a
how do
black and blue tomorrow?
did
Could
she
she
not?
have the next day? Could she have had a black and blue? But we just
It,
don't know.
it could have
yeah,
been black and blue the next day, but the point is that she denied it the day of.
I
yeah,
got
but
a
how
And there
how
could
real
have
do
quick,
been
you
real
different
know?
quick,
reasons why
real
she
quick
denied
statement.
it. Because
Real quick
me
statement.
too, if
Real
I'm in
quick statement.
pain or if I'm whatever, if my child is there, I'm not going nowhere. I'm until I know that
Well,
my
they asked.
child.
Wait, hold on, babe. They asked her and for her and her child.
But the real quick
But
statement that I'm gonna
Yeah,
make
but
is the real
Mhm.
quick statement that I'm gonna make is
uh,
because I think that real T said that nobody is above the law. And the law states that when you get a TPO, your objective is to call the police on the person who
Period.
violates the TPO.
What if you ain't
Is
have
there is
time?
there is there any
Oh,
no? Is there any
you got
documentation
time to
of
go
Holly
to
calling
get
the
a gun.
police?
No, there is not. And she was over there on the phone. She had plenty of time.
yeah, but to
How you
answer
don't
your
know she ain't
question,
call her lawyer first and then the
yeah,
lawyer call the police?
If
yeah,
y'all
how do
She
gonna
you?
get
didn't. We don't have any
hold on, wait a minute,
recordings
hold
of
on,
that.
Magnificent, wait, hold on, wait. If y'all listen, let me just say this.
We debating, right?
Hold on, let me let me just say something. If we are going to be doing this as in like this is the side or this is the person that I choose to defend, so no matter what is presented, I'm going to try to maneuver around what is presented just to defend that person. I'm not moving like that because I don't think that's integral. I think that you have already chosen who you want to defend.
No.
Wait, I'm not done. Hold on, Magnificent
Well,
One.
you
And the
already
reason
said what you already said, so you know that I'm gonna say certain things
but
because we're
can
looking
I
at it
finish what I'm right? No, wait.
objectively.
Wait, I understand we're looking at it objectively. However, I'm also expecting people to look at it realistically because when I initially started this debate, when I was speaking to Miss White and I forget who else, I think it may have been Ebony up here. They said, "Well, what if this happened? Well, what if this happened?" I said, "Well, that's possible. It's possible that Romika pulled up and wanted to fight Holly. It's possible that she pulled up and wanted to fight Carlos.
Okay,
Hold on, wait a minute. It's
I'm just agreeing
possible."
with you.
Okay, it's a lot of things are possible. So even though I openly say I'm advocating for Romika, I still am not going to be ridiculous about it.
We're
I'm
not
not going to
being
say
ridiculous.
Okay, so then you
Mhm.
can't say that Holly didn't call the police because you don't know that.
But real TTV, this is
You don't
Rich.
know that.
Remember we had a conversation on DHAM panel,
Mm-hmm.
and we both, agreed.
Mm-hmm.
We, TCL carriers, and we got, part of this USCAA, whatever,
I remember.
and the insurance thing.
I remember.
Part of one of the things that they train us in that is to go to get medical treatment, regardless if you are harmed or not.
Or not.
Am I right or
Hmm.
I
wrong?
had I
That's
have on
true.
my
Right or wrong?
I got I got my USCC card right here. Hold on, I'm about to put on my wallet. It says request medical attention if it's necessary at that time. It don't say you have to. It says if it's necessary at that time. I'm looking at my card right here. On the back of it, it
Maybe we
says
got two different. Maybe mine's. Let me go find mine because mine says
post
regardless
incident instructions.
if I am harmed or not, seek medical treatment.
Nah, mine don't.
Mine
Upper,
does.
And
can I say something real quick?
go ahead, Miss
I,
White.
I looked into the Illinois laws, and it says there are key components to the Illinois self-defense, which was one first, intimate threat. We all know what that is. It has to be happening like right now. You have to have a reasonable belief. You must genuinely and reasonably believe the force is necessary to protect yourself or someone else. Also, y'all, in reasonable belief, you gotta also be able to prove that you think that person was capable of doing what you thought they were going to do, right? So we can't leave that part out. A subjective belief, your personal feelings, must also be objectively reasonable, like Upper said, what a reasonable person in the same situation would believe. Then you have the proportionate force, like Upper said, the force you use must be equal to that of the threat. You cannot use deadly force that could cause death or great bodily harm to respond to a non deadly threat. And then it goes on to say, you cannot use deadly force that could cause death or great bodily. I read that one. Then it says the unlawful threat. The threat must be unlawful, such as a battery, assault, robbery, or sexual assault. Then
Mm-hmm.
it says no duty to retreat. That will give you no duty to retreat if any of those things above happened. Illinois does not have a stand your ground law, but it also does not impose a duty to retreat if it is safe to do so. So it's what it's saying is there are other key
Falsifiable
elements.
felony. That's right.
It's other key elements that go into that. And those are the things that we don't know. So when we start saying, well, Illinois laws say this, and it does, and it's very clear on what it says. But it seems like in this case, they have the other consideration. They even give the examples of what the force could be and
So
the
Mm-hmm.
other
hold on,
considerations
Miss
that they
White.
take into account.
Yep.
Miss
So are we
White,
going to
what
take
yeah,
is
into
it?
account?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask you all something. What is it that we do know? Because let me just say this. As far as, and you're right, Illinois gun laws, especially when it comes to self-defense, are very specific. And all the elements must exist in most cases. So
Mhm.
what elements in this case did not exist? One of the
I don't
elements.
know.
Hold
I
on.
don't know. I don't. That's why I don't want to say.
I'm going to answer it for you. I'm going to answer what I do know. What I do know is that one of the elements that did not exist was proportionality.
Gotcha. I mean, I'm not gonna try to argue that. I'm not. That's why
You
I
So
said
say
let's
proportionality.
so
What do
I.
you
let's
mean?
so let's not for right just for right now as an exercise. Let's not focus on what we don't know. Let's focus on what
Mhm.
we do. What we do know is that she was unarmed.
She was unarmed, but
Okay.
you don't
Now,
need a gun.
what else do we know pertaining
We
to
don't
the
know if
element?
she was. We don't know if Holly was. She could have been so scared she thought she was gonna get killed. We don't know that. She thought she was.
But hold on, I'm talking about what we do know. Remember, what do we
But when
know?
we
Okay.
say what we do know, my thought process based off what I read, and I don't know. All I can say is that I do know that apparently one of these other elements had to come into play somewhere. That's my, like it's other elements that they tie into it, and it could be one of those cases. I can't say because I don't know what happened. We do know what did take place, and they could be
And
using one of these other elements that they tie into.
yeah,
It's also got other considerations, but I just stopped reading because I was tired of reading. It's so much.
and
So
yeah, and we do know that she's not arrested, so it has to be something else
And
on
we
her side because she's not
and we
arrested.
do know that there's an open investigation and it hasn't closed.
right, right, exactly, exactly.
And here's another element that we know, that there was no soot or stippling on
Her
Romika
clothing.
You took the
on her
words out my
clothing.
mouth.
Go ahead. Go talk about it. Talk about it. Go ahead.
That means that girl got to a safe distance. She
Right.
was a safe distance away.
She got to a safe distance away after there was already a battery. She
Now,
found
not
herself in a safe place after there was already a battery. So if
Hold
she
on,
Y'all
the
broke
mixed
battery.
loose,
it.
Hold on, the
how
battery
do
was
you wait a
occurring.
minute, wait a minute, wait, hold on, Miss
Wait a
Mama.
minute.
Wait.
It didn't say battery either. It says she was battering.
Oh,
I said
but
after
hold
a
on.
battery. I didn't say who battered who.
Yeah, the
You
battery was
said
still
so
occurring.
and then
The
you do go
I
ahead,
want to
Charles.
clear that up though.
Hey, can
The
y'all hear me?
Yes, Ebony, we can hear you. The
Oh,
battery
okay.
was still occurring though, because the battery was occurring between Romika and Carlos. He had her in some kind of hold.
Which Holly would not have been a part of it at that moment, right?
That
It
is
She
seemed
broke
correct.
like
loose,
Hollywood.
So
but
It
she
seemed like Holly wasn't a
no,
part of none of it,
see,
if you ask me.
she broke
but see
loose. They
here,
said and
no,
charged
hold
her.
on, no,
The
no,
moment she
they
broke
did not
loose, she
say
had
that.
every reason to believe she could have been being
Nobody said
assaulted
they
again.
charged her,
Okay,
ma'am.
so
The
let
Yeah.
me
We
say,
can't
battery.
can I
hold on.
say,
We can't go to
what,
we jumping too far too
wait,
fast.
Y'all gotta
When
stop
somebody
talking over each other like that. We got
let me say
one more.
one thing, and then I'm gonna let her have it, who said we jumping forward. But I'm gonna say one thing. We saying that she broke free and she charged, right? But
Hmm.
but we you know some of us has put a lot of belief into what Q is saying, right? And if we listen to what he said that she was standing over by the gate while they were at each other, and that she chased her. So I'm
And then
That's
he said, he also
but he
said,
also yeah. Go ahead.
he also said at first that Holly was putting the baby in the car, and Romika came,
And
and
the
the gun
jump.
was on top, and Romika came and pulled her hair.
Yeah,
Can
and
I say
started
can
fighting
I
her.
say something? When I'm debating, I don't want to. I'm not talking about anything that anybody else said. The lady on the panel said that she was already in a safe space, and that's what I was referencing.
Oh, okay. I came in late.
So
I'm sorry.
so this is the thing. When she broke free, we know that she didn't get in her car, right?
When she
yeah,
broke free, she
Right.
got shot.
She
she
was
got
shot
she got
But that's what I'm saying. We know that when
immediately.
How
she
the hell she
broke
gonna get?
free.
I'm sorry. How she gonna get in the car if she's
but
shot?
So where was she at? Where was she getting? Where she was
it
in? She was
happened
by
it's
Holly's car.
Who was she breaking away
Huh?
from?
Carlos.
To do
Carlos, why
what?
y'all
So
trying to
we
act
know
like
that
y'all
she
don't know
wasn't.
what happened?
What I'm saying is, we know she wasn't breaking free to get in her car.
To get in her car because he was
We
trying to
don't
put
know
her
if
in
she
the car.
was.
Wait a
But
minute, hold on, wait a
listen,
minute.
That,
How do you
can I
know
say
that? How do
something?
you know that?
But listen, for one,
Because
if somebody's
hold on,
holding
Ebony,
you,
hold on, Ebony. Because on the date of the crime scene, when the viral video was released, the baby daddy said what she was doing, and so did the witness.
With
That
the
she broke that she got away and she tried to walk away after she got shot the first time.
I heard the
Go
witness
well,
say
after the
she got
girl.
away just a little bit. She said in the second. No, I'm
I
sorry. The
didn't hear
second she
him
got away.
say that.
I'm not
I didn't
talking
hear him
about
say
that
that.
witness. I'm not talking about that witness.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
talking about the Hispanic male.
but do
He
you?
was on
Can I
this.
say something real quick, y'all?
I
Let
thought
me
he
Since
go
y'all
ahead.
keep
said.
on
I
saying,
thought he said she walked away, and he said, and I thought he was referring to Holly after she shot her.
No, that's not what he said. What I'll play it for y'all now though. What was
Okay,
said
you can.
was matter of fact, let me pull it up. Hold on.
and I
and
want
while
y'all to
pulling that up,
remember. Oh,
y'all
go ahead.
gotta understand. Y'all keep on saying she was breaking away to do what? She was breaking away to. If somebody's holding you, you're gonna want to break away. Period.
I just want to
You don't want
know
nobody doing a chokehold.
how she got from her driver's side to Holly's passenger
She was
side.
never on her driver's side.
She had
If
to be because she
y'all
got
listen
out
to
the
what the
car.
witness
She
said,
got out the car,
Got
so
no,
out
she
the
listen
had
what
car.
to
I'm
be.
saying. When he was trying to put her in the car, he was doing it from the
You're not
passenger
listening to
side
what I'm
of
saying.
her
I want to
door.
know how she got from her driver's
We
side.
don't know
That means
that.
that she got, wait a minute, we know that she got out the car because she could
Yeah.
not be on the other side of the car if she didn't get out the car. So we know that. So how did she get from her driver's side to in front to the passenger to the driver's side of Holly's car?
Right.
Nobody knows
I
that
think y'all
answer.
want a complete picture that we don't have all of the facts for
No,
yet.
I'm
Yeah,
just
And
saying
I
these are
nobody
the
knows
Exactly.
those
questions.
They
answers.
No,
say no.
these are the questions that I ask. I don't want
I
it.
do understand. I do understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
and I think
But
we
we don't
all.
have those
That's the way the
answers.
human brain works. It wants to put together the whole story, right, so that it feels
Mm-hmm.
good about the decision
No,
that
I
it
just want to know, did she
makes.
walk?
Mm-hmm.
Did she run? So there are parts of this that we don't know. We don't know.
Well, we know she immediately get out and run because it was a count because it started off with um Carlos and her. So whatever car for, we know her object, her first was Carlos
Right. But we also know that the witness
because that's what everybody said.
okay, but we also know that the witness said, if we were taking the witness as being credible, that he was closing her in the passenger side. He was trying to stuff her in the car.
But that was
But this is
in
what the
the
witness,
argument. That
okay,
was
even
probably after
after
the argument.
the witness said that he was trying to put her in the car. So,
Yeah.
to put her in the car for what reason? So that's another question that's out there. Why would he be trying to put her in the car? What was going on that he was putting her in the trying to get her? That's
Because she
de-escalating
He
the
probably wanted her
situation.
to leave then. He probably I would think he wanted her to leave then.
That's
she was trying to
de-escalating the
fight that
situation.
girl.
We don't know that she was
It
trying to
doesn't
fight the
even
girl
listen. It
If
does
he
at the
was
end of
just because he's trying to
okay,
harm.
and you guys
Allegedly.
at the end of the day, whether she was trying to fight that girl or not, there's still some legalities that must exist when you kill someone.
and I'm
Period.
Mm-hmm.
sure
Point
and
blank.
I'm sure I mean we all
Even if
discussing this.
Romika slapped that girl would be in a world of damn trouble for shooting her for a damn slap in the state of Illinois. It doesn't matter how scared she was. It has to be a reasonable fear, a
And,
reasonable threat. I
and
have
it,
to not be. Hold on, like come on, y'all. I cannot be in fear that you want to that you are going to beat me up. I have to be in fear that number one, not only are you going to beat me up, but you are going to cause serious harm to my person. Or I have to be in fear that you are going to kill me. What I don't know why people are just like, oh, but she can't live in fear. It doesn't work like it. It has to be very specific things that exist in order for a death to occur.
But how do you know she
but
Do y'all
wasn't
okay,
in
understand?
that fear? How do
You
you know she
trying to
wasn't in
drill
that
us in
fear?
our
And,
head. You
and
said
How
let
do
me
you know
answer
she was?
let me answer your question, magnificent one. Even if she was in fear that she would die at the hands of Romy, it has to be reasonable. It cannot be, I think I'm gonna die because you're gonna slap me. It has to be, I think I'm gonna die because I know that I've had experience with you before. You've hurt me really bad before, or I think that you are or it could be you're a boxer. You have some special skill that could possibly kill me, but just some chick that's 5'4" and 120 pounds like me is not a reasonable enough fear to say, I think you're going to kill me, so I have to kill you first. That's what must exist.
And I agree with
I
that.
don't
Like,
understand.
completely agree with that. I do agree with that.
But we
I mean,
don't know.
it's no plainer than what she said. My only thing is, it has to be some other participating element
that's all
that
I'm
we
saying.
don't know. And you don't have to get down because it's late for me, and I've been up here for a while. And if, I just want to say, I was just saying why I had not made a closing decision because it was just too many things left unsaid. I read in the chat as today, I still see people saying they were trying to kidnap her. And it's things like that that I feel like have gotten way too out of control
Well,
that make
Those are
there's
people trying to
conspiracy on both
distract us.
sides. There's
what
conspiracy
is
on both
the
sides.
right, right. I'm just saying, like when those were the things that started making me say, "Hold up, now something ain't right with this," and that's it. It just made me take a second look to say, "What in the world?"
Well,
And
I don't trying to kidnap her. I think that's
that you
ludicrous.
don't think that, I believe that, but all I'm saying is, um, it's a lot of things
somebody on
then
the
that
scene said
nobody
that.
really knows. I've learned from firsthand experience. 25 years ago, when my sister was unalive, we were angry. We were everything that you can imagine. Only to later find out that she very much played a part in it, and it was hard for us to accept. When my nephew unalived someone, he just knew it was going to be self defense. It's closed, and it was not that. It really was not that. He later beat it. Few months later after that, another nephew was unalive who was a bully. He was mean. He did things, and they had retribution. So I look at it from all angles, from past experience, to know that sometimes things are not really what you think they may be, and we can't take everything at face value. That's my only.
Even if
And I agree with that for both sides.
I agree.
yeah,
From both sides.
I feel like even if I find out that um Romika was the aggressor or whatever, I'm still gonna feel like as long as she wasn't trying to kill her or had a weapon, believe that Romika still should unalive that day.
But
Now
that's the
we do
thing.
know that Romika and we can say we do know that Romika and Carlos, it started off with Romika and Carlos. So while they were doing that, why didn't Holly call the police? Hell, then people could say, well, maybe her phone was dead at the time. I don't know why Holly didn't call the police because I would have grabbed my baby and I would have been on the phone with 911.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Just because she didn't have a weapon, again, that don't mean she couldn't kill her. People can kill
No,
you
I'm saying about the
with your
weapon.
bare
I'm saying
hands.
no, magnificent. What I'm saying is, while Carlos was trying to get in the car, or choking her, or had his arms around her, or for whatever they were doing, we know that Holly was standing off to the side on the sidewalk.
Hmm.
Why didn't she call 911 and say, "Hey,
Nah, I don't know.
someone that I have a
Let
restraining
me
order against
She
is
should
here
have. She
and
should
she's
have. I
fighting
don't
with
know.
house"?
I do
She
want to
should have.
ask
I don't know.
I want to ask Magnificent once a question.
Just like why we could get out the
So
car, we don't know.
Right.
so
Well, probably the
Magnificent.
fighter.
Let me just
Yeah.
ask you this question really quick. So and this is, I don't want you to be, I don't want anybody to be like playing devil's advocate. It's a serious question. Do you really believe that Holly thought that Romika would kill her with her bare hands? Or are you just playing
I,
devil's
st- I
advocate?
No, no, no. I think we have to put that on the table because it happens every day. So she could have thought that. I don't think Holly is a fighter at all. She's probably scared to death. She's scary. So she might have thought this girl was doing anything, going to
She's
do
not
anything.
scary. Stop saying she's scary.
She could have thought this. This is the thing. It could be 20 people outside, and I smack all 20 people. With every action, it's a reaction, and every one of them 20 people is going to react differently. So we can't expect people to all act the same
I
because
agree.
everybody going to be different. So you can't just
But
assume
keep on
things that
acting
you
like she
don't
was this
know.
scary woman, and she wasn't.
I was taught a long time ago as a little boy, it's better to be judged by 12 than be carried by 6. So I'm always going to protect myself regardless.
That
You
and I
can't
was taught
tell
I was
people,
taught that as well, magnificent one. But that's only in the event that you truly believe that
but
that
she
young
could
lady.
have. You don't know she wasn't.
I didn't say that she didn't. I said that that is. Let me say this, magnificent one, because I don't want to play semantics, right? So I just want to say what it is. I without any playing any games of what I what it could be just because I can say that. So I want to say, let me mute. I gotta mute somebody because somebody echoing. I want to say that realistically speaking, I respect your opinion. However, my opinion is that I don't think that she thought that she would be killed. My opinion is that maybe it's possible that she thought she would get beat up, but I don't think that she thought that she would be killed. So, and then also, that's just my opinion. But one thing that is a fact is that it just simply isn't legal, regardless of what she thought. Not only must that thought exist, but there also must be something attached to confirm that feeling. Oh, you can't just go into the police station and say, "Oh, I felt like I really did feel like she would kill me," because then we need to know why you felt that way. Why did you
Well,
think that she would kill you? You can't go in there
maybe
and say, because you can kill people with your bare hands. It doesn't work like
you,
that, magnificent one.
but you can though. You
We
can
know
kill
that.
people with your bare hands.
Have you ever heard this? Have you ever heard of possible but not probable? Have you ever heard that before?
Probable. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. So you
possible,
tell.
but it's not
So
Possible,
you
but not
tell.
probable.
probable.
So what you're telling me is right now I couldn't go outside and strangle a man to death with my bare
Let
hands.
me
Is that
let
what
me
you're telling me?
explain. Let me explain something to you, magnificent one. What you're saying is very dangerous, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because if they change the laws in Illinois or anywhere else for that matter in the United States, and say that if you think that somebody may kill you with their bare hands in a verbal or physical altercation, we legally give you the right to shoot them. That would be a very dangerous thing to tell people, because then that's saying that every time I get into a fight, that gives me the right to say, well, I thought that they could kill me with their bare hands, so I just shot them. Do you think that
But
that
that's
would be a
possible.
good idea to
I,
say?
I, yes, I do think that because we don't know if we go into a fight, we don't know how we coming out.
So
I was
you're
taught that
saying
too.
is so what you're saying is that in the United States, the law should be changed to where instead of fighting, if it looks like a fight may ensue, I should just pull out my gun and
N-
shoot you.
No, no, I'm not saying look. It don't look like if it's going to be a fight, or if you attack me already and you trying to fight me, and I'm afraid, and I'm like this guy is kicking my ass. I got to do something. He
See,
gonna
these
kill
are
me.
let,
Yeah,
let me just
that's when
say
I'm
this.
coming out.
Okay, so let me just say this because you know what? I'm gonna run for office, okay? Because I'm afraid for America because at this point, at this point, I'm just gonna say that in order to get a CCL, a series of questions need to be asked, and if you don't pass those questions, you don't need one. Because
Amen.
if you're gonna sit there and say, yeah, I think that I'm gonna shoot somebody because looks like they're gonna fight me, and what if he knocks me out and my head hits the concrete? So yeah, I
But
was protecting myself against dying because there's a possibility I might fall during the fight and crack my head open. So I'll just kill you. So if you
no,
Yeah.
really
people get beat to death
What he's
every
saying,
day. People get beat to death every day with
what
their
he's saying,
hands.
Oh my lord.
For what he's saying, and you can, if you want to pull it up, you can. If you go and look at the case for Danielle Donyel Delmar, Latte that's in the chat, them they know them. They're from the same city. That's my very first cousin. He was fighting two guys. He beat one literally to death with his bare
Yeah,
hands.
right. I was
Literally,
with
it
you.
happened
Yeah, hold
September
on.
two
Let
years
me
ago.
because I think sometimes I have to break it down. I know someone
Hmm.
personally that killed somebody with their bare hands. I'm not saying it's not
Hmm.
possible. I understand
No,
it's
no. If I could
possible.
just finish, if I could just finish, I don't want to. That's not my point. My point is, he beat this one guy to death with his bare hands. The guy's friend unloaded on him, took his life because he understood what Danielle was capable of doing.
Okay.
So I get it, like both sides. You get what I'm saying? That's
Yeah,
all
because
I'm
it's
trying to say.
No,
And
possible.
it's
It
we
it's
happened.
talking.
not
Hold on, y'all. Come on, let's be for real. We talking about a girl that was 5'4" and 127 pounds. We ain't talking about no big old beast monster. And she
That
was
don't
fighting
size don't
against.
matter.
But
She was up against a young lady in her weight class. Okay, I don't see any reason in the world that this girl would have seen this other girl. Let's be
but
for real, y'all. Let's be like
but
Look how
here's
let's
small
my
Mayweather is. Look
let's
how
be
small
for
I'm
real.
not
Mayweather
saying.
is.
but
Listen, that's
here's
not
my
what I'm saying. That's not
question.
what I'm saying. I was just giving the probability because I got a daughter that's 5'2" and will stomp your head off. She will put your
Yes.
neck on the side of the curb and will not come up off of it.
Yeah,
Okay,
a
so
lot
But
of
so
people.
I'm
so
just
she a
saying that
small piece of leather, but she well put together. Now I'm not saying that just
you
because
got that
I'm
right.
not saying that I'm
She
not
is.
saying that
She's a.
I'm not saying that size necessarily matters per se, but what I'm saying is the law says there must be a reasonable threat.
Exactly.
Reasonable reason that you feel you're going to lose your life. Everybody in the whole world, if you're blessed, has two hands. So I can't say
Okay.
because you have two hands, I'm in fear of my life, so I'm gonna kill you. It doesn't work like y'all. Are y'all not understanding that?
No,
But here's
because
what,
I
can
can
y'all
have
hear
a
me?
fear though of that.
Can you hear me?
I can hear
Here's
you.
my thing. Here's my thing. If you feel that way and if you have a reasonable fear, this is where I'm going to go with it. You do not announce yourself and say, "Hey, my coat, my nightgown is in your baby daddy closet." You don't then antagonize somebody all over the internet, and you don't then call her
Hmm.
friends and say, "Hey, can she fight?" You don't do those things if you scared to fight. You don't even announce yourself. If you the side chick, stay in your side chick place because you can't
Hmm.
fight.
Yeah, she
So
Now,
should have
you
kept her
can't
don't
have
mouth
a
shut. Yeah, but
so you
she
right.
can't have a
didn't.
So,
smart mouth
but
But
and be
still,
scared.
right? That's
Side
true.
chick?
no,
Who?
you
Oh, I'm
cannot.
about
You
to.
Wait a
cannot
minute, wait a minute,
have.
wait a minute.
You cannot have a smart mouth and be scared to fight at the same time. That is just
That's a
not
fact.
cute. Be
Yeah,
quiet.
but a
That's
lot
not
of people. Look how many
true.
do though. Look how many.
But
It's a
that
lot of
don't make
punks
it
that run
right
their
just
I'm not
mouth.
because they
talking about,
do it.
but
That don't make it right just
Yeah, but
because
they
they
do
do
it
it.
it
though. Is
don't
what
Wait a
make
I'm
it
minute, wait
saying.
a
right.
minute. Let's think
But
about
they
this
do
as
it.
rational. Let's think about this as rational human beings. If I'm jaw jacking at you, if I'm jaw wrestling, tongue wrestling with you, why wouldn't I fight you? I'm not gonna tongue wrestle with you and then turn around and shoot you when you're ready to fight me. That don't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
That
It
don't make
does.
sense at
People,
all.
Mm-hmm.
cowards
Do
do
y'all
it
hear
all
what
the
Yeah.
time.
understatic?
Cowards do it all the
Yeah.
time. Look at the internet. There's
You're
bullies on
right.
the
But
internet that'll cuss
Okay,
you
so are
out,
you saying
and
that these
then when they
cowards are
see
right?
you, and then when they see you on the street, they will be scared to death and run from you. It's cowards out here all the time.
Okay,
but
so
this
there's
is
there's
this.
That's
there's
what I'm
But
very
saying.
there's a lot of substance in what you said. You said cowards do it all the time, and then you said when they see you in the street, they turn around and they run.
Yeah.
Holly didn't
Mm-hmm.
turn around and run. She
The
went and
reason
got
why,
a pew pew. So
right?
so
Because
so
that's
what are we
in
saying
my
is right? Are we saying that it's
because
okay?
no,
But
I'm
I
not saying
asked the same
anything's okay.
question
But
because
what
no,
I'm saying is,
that's
what
a
I'm
very true
saying is,
statement, and I believe that. And
yeah,
I
she's a
asked that
coward.
same question, right?
She's a
But what
hold
I
coward.
on
was
once.
told was that the jaw jacking happened months before, and then they realized that that baby really want nothing to play with, and then they had to
Hmm.
go try to get themselves together.
She was
That's what I was
scared.
told.
She was scared. That's why she went and got a gun. Most bullies
Hold on,
is scared.
Miss White, you said the jaw. What jaw jacking happened months ago?
The
The
talking.
internet stuff.
I'm about to say
That's what I was.
because on
No.
the initial report that I read the other day on my platform, it said that before any physical anything happened between them, they both engaged in a verbal combat.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
talking
what
about the
folks
internet. I'm
do.
talking about like on the internet.
Oh,
I was
but then
told that
what I'm saying is that if she was scared, why would you be confronting somebody and engaging in a verbal altercation with anybody that you're afraid scared to
mhm.
But
death
you
of?
act like that's
Exactly.
not her. You act like that's not heard of. People do it all the time on the internet.
It's
Look at the cops. Look how the
I'm
cops
not
is
talking. I'm
cowards.
not.
They get
Wait,
them
wait,
out.
hold on. I'm
Huh?
not talking about the internet. I'm talking about in
I'm just
person.
giving you an example. I'm giving you an example of cowards. That's what cowards do. It's a lot of white cops
it's
that's cowards. That's why they do what they do to black people, men, because they're afraid of us, because they know they can't handle us. So they
But
cops,
I
but
think
that
you
don't
might
stop
be
them from
missing
being
the point. You
cops.
you may be missing the point
No,
that
I'm
I'm
here.
making.
No, I'm
The,
here.
the
What you're
point
saying? Go
the
ahead.
point that I'm
the way
making.
I'm taking what he's saying is he calling Holly a coward.
That's
She
yeah.
was. She was scared. She was scared. That's what cowards
Yeah,
do. They
but
go
this,
get
but
the
see, this is
nephew.
but magnificent one. The point that I'm making is that even if you're scared in person, most of the times if somebody is face to face with you and you're scared to fight them, you're not going to be arguing face to face with somebody. If
Right.
anything, your ass you will talk that stuff on the internet, but in person
If
you're
I
going to
had a,
lose.
if I had the heat on me, I'm gonna argue. Yes. If I was scared and I had heat on me, I'll argue with you because I know I can use the heat.
Your ass going to jail. How about that?
Straight
Yeah,
up.
but she didn't
Well,
go to
she might have
jail.
thought that the baby daddy was gonna protect her.
Hold on,
She
because
might have
wait a
thought that he
second.
was gonna do just what he
Okay,
did.
hold on.
I don't know.
Okay, hold on a second. Because see, y'all just let me not say that because that ain't right. It's a debate. But y'all gotta people have to stop just saying stuff and not knowing what the laws are. Because just because you got that heat on you, don't mean that you can go around purposely engaging in arguments and aggravating people and
Absolutely.
because you have a gun, because see, you're not allowed to antagonize someone to fight with you when you have a weapon. You actually have more responsibility on you as a CCL holder.
Right.
That's
To
Right.
right.
try to
But
to
That's
try to
from
true.
diffuse
but
the
from what I
situation, to try to alleviate the
what
situation, you can't be antagonistic and then claim self-defense.
well no, from what I heard, they
So
both did it,
listen,
so it was both doing it. So it was an evil fair.
somebody in your
Hmm?
somebody in your chat upper was referencing the 14-year-old son and mother that was facing the charges in Chicago in the
Yeah, I did a
restaurant
live.
where the boy
I
was
did a live stream on that actually, and I actually know someone who is related to Carlisha. So in that
Mhm.
situation, very good comparison. I did a live on that a couple weeks ago. With that situation, he had every right to shoot that man that was beating his mother. Do you want to know why? I can't play the video on my channel, but he was actually arrested and released later on. Holly got released the same day. I think that her son was in jail for a few days.
Right,
Hold
right,
on.
because he didn't want to actually pull the trigger. But I'm
Okay, so
trying to
what can
see,
I please
like, when you use the comparison about the force has a fit, because he was punching
Miss
her,
White?
Mm,
Miss
and
White.
yeah, he
mhm,
killed her.
In that situation, we're not going to compare a man beating a woman to two women around the exact same size fighting. It's not the same. And that's the reason
did he
why
have the probability of potentially killing her by
he
doing
could
that?
have killed her because he is a grown
Okay,
man beating a woman.
that's
Yes.
true. I'm not disputing
And then
that.
hold on.
I
And
mean,
then not only that, but if you look at the video, she literally had no idea. She had no idea that he was going to do that to her. Well, she probably
right,
thought that he would have because he kept saying it. She had no way to escape his punches. There was nowhere for her to go. She had no way to escape the restaurant. He had her in the corner, beating her mercilessly. Boom, 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 boom. Her son was only 14 or 15 years old and was not able to physically protect his mother. Even if the son would have called the police, the way that he was beating her, she might have been dead before the police came. I never said that it is impossible to kill someone with your hands. What I said was in this situation, What is the probability that a 5'4", unarmed, 124-pound girl was going to kill Holly? Let's be for
Well,
real.
I gave you an example. She could have beat her, hit her, knocked her out, hit her head. She could have got killed. I
All
mean,
right, y'all, we're gonna
it
move
can
on to the next
happen.
time because I feel like this is getting silly. So I'm not even gonna keep talking about that because it is what it is, y'all. I feel like at the end of the day, let's be for real. Like, let's be for real. Let's be for real. I'm not discounting your responses, but what I'm saying is, you guys, I think you guys know that that's silly. That's ridiculous to even say that. She would have killed her with her bare hands. I don't think that you guys are serious. I think that you guys are
But it's
playing devil's advocate.
possible. It's
A lot of
possible.
things are possible. It's possible that I find $1 million tomorrow.
Yeah,
But is
it's
it probable?
possible.
But is it probable?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Like, come on, let's be for real now. Now, I'm just saying, we're gonna have a conversation. We have to be for real. We're not just gonna throw out wild unicorn things just because we can. Let's be for
Well,
real. Be
let me
for real.
say this. I do know. Let me say this. I know women that can beat men, and they're not real big. It's strong women out there. It's not saying it's not. We don't know. I've never seen the girl fight. I've never seen what she could do. None of us have.
I think it's apparent that Romika couldn't beat Carlos because he had her in the headlock. That's apparent to me, but that's just my
But
opinion.
she must was strong because she broke free, and he was high, tall, 6 something. He couldn't hold that little girl.
Okay, there's been cats that's been
She
stronger
must have
than
some
me that I've
strength.
wrestled with, and I've broke free from them. But that don't mean that I can
Well,
whoop them. There's a
yeah, but you
difference.
had to
But
have some
we're
strength
talking
there to
about
get
being
away.
able to beat them and being able to break free from a hold. There's
Yeah,
two different scenarios.
but if she was able to handle that man, what you think she would have
How
did to
did
her?
she handle him if she had to break free from him?
She broke free. He didn't have the strength to hold this
How
woman.
did you didn't hear the question?
He also
How
never
did
said.
she handle him if if she had to break free from him?
She broke free. He might have got her from behind. She got
Oh
up out of
God.
they
Yeah,
said she
you don't
got
get
up
it.
out of it. He grabbed her from behind. So she like broke free from him. If he wanted to hold her, I don't know why he didn't just hold her and pin her down.
y'all,
If it
y'all,
was
y'all, we really do. I just really feel like we live in a world full of people who are just trigger happy. I really feel like
I think so.
there needs to be some stricter gun laws because actually a lot of what I'm hearing just deriving from this case is really scary from people, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
The way that they just casually talk about taking a life instead of just fighting or just not fighting or either
Right.
fighting, calling the police, walking away. They'd rather kill someone,
Yeah,
which is a
it keeps
very
happening.
I mean, and it's to me, I think that it's very scary that we live in a world where people have that
It is.
mentality to where
Yeah.
it's like instead of choosing another option, I'll just kill you. And it's said so
Yeah.
casually that it is
And it
terrifying that we have to
yeah,
live in a world with people that instead of using
their hands
other
is
options and using critical thinking skills about how to maneuver in a situation like that, they rather just kill you, knowing that they could possibly 9 times out of 10, come on, get out of the situation alive. I respect y'all's belief. I'm just passionate, but I really do believe that Holly did not think that she would be killed. You guys, that's my belief. I know y'all believe something different.
well, yeah. And far as the guns, like it just happened to a cleanup lady. I don't know if y'all seen it on the news. She went to a house thinking it was a house to be cleaned, and the man shot through the door and unalived her. And her husband was right with her. They ain't arrested him yet. They said they're going to investigate. He shot through the door. Did she had a key trying to get in? She was at the wrong address. He
Now,
shot through the door.
where did this happen at?
I forget where it was, but if you look it up, she was an immigrant. She was a house cleaner immigrant. Her and her husband was going to clean that house. It was the wrong address. The man shot through the door and killed that woman.
Oh well,
And they
in
ain't
that
arrested him yet.
you know what in that well, I don't think you know what's crazy is, and this might sound crazy, but I don't think he would get in trouble for that because the thing I think that
They're saying he should because they said he should because the door was never open. He just shot through the door.
Did you know? Is this a stand your ground state?
I'm not sure. I'm not.
I'm not. It's
Because
in Indiana.
because if
It
you
happened
have
in
a
Indiana.
well, Indiana, I think is a stand your ground state. It's right next to Illinois, but I think they got to stand your ground. But if you reasonably believe that somebody's going to enter your home to harm you, I mean, say you live alone, and then all of a sudden you start hearing your door open, and you panic and shoot through the door. That's a lot different than that case that happened in Ocala, Florida, with Susan Lawrence, because she shot through the door because she was having a real like a neighborhood quarrel, a neighbor quarrel with someone.
Yeah.
So knew that the woman wasn't trying to technically get in. They were literally arguing through the door. Seems like.
Uh-huh.
Said that she was
Well,
banging on her
I'm
door.
gonna excuse myself. Thank you for having me up. That's my stance. That's why I made my decision. They're gonna put it together. When I was following the Fulio trial, man. When I tell you, they pieced that thing down to every little footstep that they make,
You know,
even
I haven't
before
been
the
watching
crime.
that. I haven't, and I feel like
hmm
it's too late for me to get into it now.
But you can still just go follow up on it and see how they go back and gather evidence from even days before it happened. So that's why I don't want to say yay or nay. Just wait and see. I just asked that. I was just trying to ask people to quit spreading so many false narratives because nobody don't know what happened. We got to wait and see because I felt like that was just doing more harm than good to the family. Because if it don't go in their light, that's a lot for them to have to dig themselves back out of. It's a god awful lot, and
I know.
that was my thing. That's it. That's
I just
all.
wish it didn't.
Nothing
Well,
I
more.
wish it didn't
now look,
happen.
Nothing less because I've seen it too many times in my very own family. That what you think gonna happen ain't on both ends.
Yeah.
So,
let me just
Yeah.
say this too.
but y'all have a good night.
And I thank you, Ms. White, for coming up tonight. Let me just say this to y'all. Just because um just because somebody doesn't go to prison, or just because something doesn't work out the way that you think it should work out legally, it does not mean that that nothing wrong happened. There's people out here walking around free right now that clearly broke the damn law, but by some technicality they got out. If you remember the
hmm
case of Casey Anthony, where I'm sorry,
Oh man,
she clearly unalived her daughter, but
I'm
due to
still mad about that case.
yeah, I mean, due to technicality, she got off. When you look at the Trayvon Martin case,
hmm
I didn't think that was right. I didn't think that was just. But guess what? The guy got off. So just because somebody is able to beat something by whatever type of technicality, it still don't make it right. So we do live in the United States of America, where we have seen a lot of people that are guilty get away with things that they probably shouldn't have gotten away with. So when we look at whether or not something is morally right or morally wrong, I don't look to the legal system to tell me what's morally right, because they have a horrible reputation of making decisions as far as that. So you do have to have some sort of internal moral compass, to say, you know what, even though that happened, and even though that's legal, I understand that it's not right. Because back when my grandparents were my age, it was legal to make them drink out of certain water fountains. It was legal for them to have to sit in the back of the bus and not the front. It was legal for them to get sprayed with water hoses. So we live in a country where a lot of things have been legal that have not been right. So I want people to understand that too. When you're looking so hard at the law to confirm within you whether or not something is right or wrong. Now today we're talking about facts and we're talking about the law, but I also want you guys to know that the law ain't always right and it's not always fair. But all we can do is hope that Romika gets justice, however that is. Some people are hoping that Holly is, the case is closed and she can go on about her life. And that's okay too, if that's how you feel. I personally feel that Romika was killed in cold blood, and I feel that she needs justice. And I know other people feel different. So I'm gonna close it out, y'all. I'm so glad everybody did. If anybody has any last things to say before we get off, y'all, we've been on here for almost 4.5 hours. So before we close it out, I feel like we had some moments, but we had a good conversation and a good build.
Mhm.
And maybe we'll come back next weekend and do like a part 2, because this was a long one. So I got to give myself some time and we can cover the other things. I was supposed to bring up the school zone situation. I think that I may come back tomorrow and do that if Real Tea is available. I don't have time to do it today because it's midnight here in Chicago and I'm tired. So if you guys have any last things to say, go ahead and I'll let you guys talk and then we can go ahead and close it out for today. And I want to say
I just
thank you
want to say,
too.
go ahead. I just want
I'm
to say
sorry.
thanks for letting me up, and it's a shame what happened. I hate that it happened. I hope the family gets some kind of justice too. But my heart goes out to the son because he got to grow up without a mother.
Yeah, me
Horrible.
too. Me too. And you know what? We didn't talk enough about that either. And that is true. One of the saddest things about this situation is that the fact that, that child doesn't have, and then also it's the holidays,
Right.
and this is, a Christmas that he has to spend without his mom. So it's just
Yeah.
really just a very unfortunate situation. Um,
Mhm.
Did anybody else want to say anything? I don't even know who else is still up here because I can't see the names. But thank you,
Yeah,
Magnificent One.
I just wanted to say I
Oh, you're welcome.
appreciate you having me, and Justice for Meeks. I'm very passionate, so even if I do get a little loud, it's just I'm passionate about what I believe in. I don't mean no disrespect to anybody.
Oh, don't nobody get louder than me, Zach. So you good. We
Up,
all.
Be with it.
I know I get passionate too.
upper,
Hey,
up,
so thank you. I appreciate you for coming
upper.
up, Zach. I can hear. I can hear you.
Girl, I was feel like minutes. I don't know what was going on, but my mic wasn't working.
It's working now. I was
Um,
just saying thank you to Zach and thank you to Magnificent One and giving everybody a chance to say, they final
I want
things.
to ask Magnificent something
Oh
real
wait,
quick.
girl, what time is it now? We
No,
gotta
I just
go.
want to ask him about the neck. Hey, because I heard you say something about somebody had got pew pew through the door. Do
Yeah.
you
In Indiana.
was that a maid or something? You know
Yeah.
the name real
Yeah.
quick.
She was a maid. She was an immigrant maid, and she went around cleaning houses. And she was at the wrong house. She was trying to. She put her key into the door, trying to get in there. It was the wrong house, and the man shot through the door and killed her.
What state this happened in?
I'm not
And
sure. You can Google it though, and just
Okay.
somebody in the chat said
Google the
Indiana.
Google the immigrant
Um,
maid that was shot and killed.
no, Pre, I was not.
I'm gonna look that up too. I want to talk
Pre-kill.
about that too. That's interesting. That sounds like an interesting case. But I saw somebody in the
Yeah.
chat say it happened in Indiana. So
I kept dropping down and coming back up. Each stream I was messing up. Up I tell you, my mic was not muted. Having me guys.
no problem. I had a
Yeah.
good time. It was fun hearing all of the different perspectives, and I tried to be as fair as possible, guys. Okay, so don't talk crap about me because I tried to.
You
Um,
was yeah.
I tried. So, but I have to, stand on what I believe too. But I tried to do that and still, you know, not come off so harsh. But it's a little difficult. I'm working on it. So again, thank you everybody. I'm gonna let everybody go ahead and drop down, and I'm gonna close out. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank
No
Thank
you.
Thank you
you.
I'm
for
gonna be in
having.
the chat.
Thank you for
Oh
having
yeah,
me up.
Oh,
I
you still up
forgot
here?
you was up here, T. Smith. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me
Yeah,
up,
cause your
Upper.
man.
And I
No
love your
problem.
intro. Stupid can't play with smart, girl. I love that. That be
Thank
rattling
you.
around in my head all the time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You
All
all
right,
have
bye.
bye bye. You guys have a great night.
All right. Good night.
All right. Okay, guys. I think that we had a pretty good panel. I covered as much as I could cover. You know what? I don't know why I had so much stuff pulled up, y'all. Like I really thought that we was gonna go over all of these things. I don't know what made me think that because this case is so complex, and once you get on one topic, that one topic can last a whole hour and a half. But maybe the next time I hold a panel, I can manage the time a little bit better. But you want to get everybody a chance to weigh in, on what you're talking about. So We tried. So I think that we'll try again for this panel next time, and maybe we could do better on the timing so that we can cover more things within one live stream, because we passed 4 hours now. I just couldn't do no more. I gotta close my eyes. But again, thank you guys for coming. I appreciate y'all. Make sure that you guys hit the like button. Make sure you hit the notification bell, the subscription button, and hype me up. And thank you to everybody who donated to my channel, whether it be through Cash App or Super Sticker or Super Chat. If you were unable to donate to the channel, that's okay. Just, thank you for your view and thank you for your like. Okay. I'm getting ready to stumble over my words because I'm tired. Thank you, everybody that's saying it was a good live. Who made it a good live was definitely the panel. And for the most part, it looked like the chat behaved too. So I'm impressed with y'all. Thank you, my dudes. So I'll see you guys soon. I'll probably take tomorrow off because I've been live a lot more often than I normally would do. So I'll probably take tomorrow off just to reset and relax. And then I'll just be in the chat watching everybody else go live. So, all right, y'all. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
I got a lady. Hey, name is the Upper Echelon, she a debater, baby. She can give it to you straight, no chaser. She got the smarts, she got the heart, she got the confidence, baby. She the Upper Echelon. You know you intimidating.